Oh, I
What's
got
up,
Carolina.
FCP? Damn, it's a beautiful
Yeah.
day here in Colorado.
Morning stretches.
Yep, scorching 87 degrees today, and I've
Getting
got
limber for today's show.
yep, and it's an exciting day for me because I've got a guy in my garage painting it right now. I'll be
Nice.
ready on Monday to clear out my greenhouse back into my garage. I've got an HVAC guy coming by today for quotes on the garage and some other stuff. So I'm just like, it's finally wrapping up and just in time. I have enough time to like prep the greenhouse and get some tobacco going and set up for some plants, like some cannabis plants. I'm just really excited. I'm finally like, oh, I thought it would never end and I'd never be able to grow again.
Right.
But yeah, finally happening. So I'm really excited about that. Um, I'm
Just see
excited
the.
to chat with Dwight. I feel
Oh.
like, oh, that's wonderful. Oh, but I feel like I haven't chatted with Dwight in a while, so I'm really stoked to see if he pops on today. Um, just kind of chit chatting. I missed last Friday because my wife was going through her actual graduation ceremony, which was, I'm so proud of her. I don't want to talk about it too much because I'll cry a little bit, but when we first met, she was so timid. Like everything was, I can't, I'm scared. And I'm very much not that way. So I kind of pushed her through a lot of stuff. But this was something 10 years ago, she would have been like, oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. Because there was a lot of people there. And for her to give this a 3-minute speech during the commencement ceremony was like huge for her.
Yeah,
So, yeah,
that's
super proud of
awesome.
my wife. But and then she's headed out to, I'm gonna have the next few days to myself because she's going back out to Denver Sunday to go see our nephew. And yeah, that's gonna be nothing like having a
I
nice
I
quiet house.
I also starting tomorrow at 11. My wife is going on a work trip.
Oh, yep. We might have to do some additional casting.
Yeah. Yeah, late night, middle of the day.
Yeah. Saturdays I'm off by 3. Sundays I'm off by 1:30 to
Maybe we
3.
can do a Luna Saturday afternoon and see what kind of soil people we can round
I'd be
up.
down for that. Yeah. Yeah. I'd totally be down for that. I like to get into more of the soil stuff because that's where I'm like the least knowledgeable when it comes to like cannabis cultivation, dude. Like that's the end where I'm just like, I don't get it. I get it, but I don't get it.
Yeah.
And then like fuck, we were chatting with his name's Nick, I think. I'm really bad with that. We were talking about CO2 and
Oh yeah,
Nick,
we had a lot of
yeah. Like everything.
opinions.
Well, it's just everything I thought I knew about the plant, like the nutrient cycle of the plant and the soil. I'm like, wait a minute, it doesn't matter. It just depends on like what carbon source is there. So then I'm like, wait a minute. I thought all carbon was the same. Isn't like carbon dioxide the same as like the same carbon as what comes in through the root zone? It's not somehow. That's the shit I don't get yet. So I'm always down to chat soil just to see if I can connect some dots that I never thought.
By the way, I was pulling seeds today. This plant smells delicious. The
The
Punch
Punch
Bubba.
Bubba? I bet.
Yeah.
Oh, I bet. And then it's Punch Bubba times Bubba.
Times a that one was the father was a Bubba Sage, and then I have
Oh, that's gonna be good.
so this one I well no I still have more seeds to pick
Oh, I
out.
see. Those were the profiles of the females you picked off. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, like today, or actually, when my wife goes, I'm going to use the seed sorter to. So
Yeah.
that was the big tie that Golden Coast Dave showed that one time outside.
Yeah,
Up
yeah, yeah.
here, let me bring Carolina outside. I'll be right back.
Okay. I love chatting about this shit that every time he's sorting something or he's like logging shit in, I'm always super hyped up to see like what he's got because you know how we roll on FCP. Let me catch up on comments. Dogs are freaking out. I don't know what about. Anyway, what y'all smoking on? What y'all growing? What are y'all excited about? I'm just excited to be growing some plants soon. This has been killing me. I'll tell you what, if you ever get like you feel like you're creeping up on burnout, just take a break. I'm telling you, if it ever starts to feel like monotonous and you don't like your quality's not quite there, I don't know how to explain it. Like I've been doing the home grow thing nonstop by myself for 10 plus years. I've been doing it with help for longer, but the last 10 years it's been just me. And there's a point where it like gets kind of exhausting. And yeah, like I had to, I think to really appreciate it again, I had to stop. And right when I'm ready to get going again. I'm just like, I was like, already had the itch and I was like, okay, it's there. I was starting to like picture plants in my head. I was starting to like plan out the greenhouse and starting to plan out the my tents. And right as I was starting to do that, my garage fucking caught on fire and it stopped like everything. So then it was like and that was like in February. So March, April, we're 3 months past like when I started to get the itch. And now I'm like twitching a little bit. Like I gotta get something going. So I was gonna fire up some shit for the greenhouse, but the greenhouse is packed up with all the shit from the garage. It's yeah, it's driving me nuts, dude. Like I'm smoking on some herb that my homie from the lower parts of America has sent me, and he absolutely crushes it. And then David, brings me herb. My brother brings me herb, and I'm just like, oh, I gotta do this. And then I see shit like what Peter was holding up, and I'm just like, come on. And then he's like holding up these dank seeds. I'm like, oh my God, I want to grow so fucking bad.
I have like analysis or paralysis or whatever you call it, analysis paralysis of like what, because I have like all these. I mean, yeah, this like Afghan land race, this
Dude, if I found a,
Terricola
if like I have a shit ton of seeds in my
from
seed
Nepal.
bank, and I've been like the last few days, I'm like, I should just like stick my hand in there and grab a pack, and whatever that is what I'm growing. Because I'm doing the same thing like you're doing. Now that I'm like getting to the point where I can start growing, trying to think about like what to grow, I'm just like, oh shit, I don't know what to pop. Yeah, dude, like you're like this one. I'll just take all of these packs, line like a row, plant the whole pack just down the row, and then just slowly pull out of the row until I have a handful picked. I've been thinking about doing that in the greenhouse, just building like 2 raised beds and taking 2 packs and just running 2 packs down the middle of each bed, spacing them apart about 12 inches, and then start selecting until I see sex, or if they're fem, like picking just the strongest fems and then letting them ride. Are these all Golden Coast stuff, or this is stuff you did?
No, this is so lavender lemonade is Bodie, and then the Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity, Andy from I always say Monkey Dog, but Greenway Solutions, which is a much less cool name than Monkey Dog. Uh, it just had a deliciousness. That's so the Rudy Tooty fresh and fruity is a Blue Widow grapefruit crossed with blue cheese,
Yep.
and
Fucking
it was
sounds big.
it was like a mango high chew, like a little bit of creamy, a tiny bit of funk,
Stop.
a little bit of creaminess,
Yeah.
and you definitely had like the fruity, yeah.
Dude, that's kind of how that neon apple times Ghost in the Darkness too is like that. I just posted about it this morning. I shared it from one of Brother Mendel's posts. It's kind of the same thing, like the the apple, and there's more from the apple AK than anything. Like it got this real Jolly Ranchery kind of vibe, and then the Ghost in the Darkness too was real like apple-y, but more on the like a citrus, like really more lime vanilla. And so that combo, it's more like a high chew, little funky high chew. But I absolutely love that shit. Like candy, not necessarily gas, but candy and like rotten something. You know what I mean?
Like a fermented or like
Yeah.
a fermented fruit or like a rotten meat.
Yeah, like the best description is like if you put like a combination of fruit in a trash bin and just like let it start doing its thing in the sun outside and then open it on like day 4 and it's just like this slightly alcohol, slightly sweet, slightly like, oh, what the fuck is that? Like all in one where it just is really almost appetizing but also makes your stomach turn a little bit. Like like fruit baby poop. I don't know. I don't know any other way. Like fruit and stinky cheese. Like if you put
I
blue cheese and fruit together.
sadly I'm very versed in different poops. I know baby poop pre-food, meaning when they're only drinking milk, right, which
Yeah.
is like a little tamer. Then when little kid starts eating solid food, then I know old man poop,
Right.
and then I also know old man baby poop, which is old man who's no longer eating. He's
Yeah.
on a drip like IV.
Yeah. Oh my God. You are well versed.
Yes, some might call me a poop smell expert.
If you had to go to court, you could be an expert
I
on the
could
subject.
identify. That's right. They could call me in as an expert witness. That's right.
uh,
A poopinato.
Poopionata.
The,
Oh shit.
speaking of the man, the myth, the legend. Yeah, yeah.
My guy. What's up, Dwight?
Dudes.
How you doing, brother?
Not bad. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
Spring is finally sprung, eh?
It is. Yeah. It just went past spring and full throttled right into summer over here.
Yep. Did you talk to David about those? Did he harvest the Haze OGs or?
Yeah, I can't believe he did. I don't know. The Haze OG. Yeah, yeah, the Outback Haze.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I personally loved it. He brought me some lower nugs and I was effect wise was really where it was at. The flavor, I think he needed to do a little bit more on the selecting process, just as far as like structure and flavor goes, I don't know if where he was at in his harvest because I didn't follow that grow real closely. But when I smoked that down, it went real quick. Like it was just one that I could really get into any time of day, it seemed like.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, and it was just really easy to smoke. Like, I want to personally hunt through it, but the way I hunt, and I think like to really have a handful of them next to each other and to really rock them out and see like to pick one that really fucking shines.
Yeah.
Um,
I think he only had one female anyway.
yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what I mean, like what he kind of had. So but like I said, what he caught was kill. Like whatever he found, I just really enjoyed just for a day smoke. And then at the end of the evening, I could still unwind with it. And the flavor just wasn't as loud as I was expecting it to be. And I don't know, phenotypical expression is typically an environmental thing. And I know David just doesn't, I don't think he grows specifically for a specific strain because he's not monocropping.
Yeah, I know he's got
And
all kinds of
so,
stuff going at the same time, so it's just a
yeah, it's
general
really,
pull
yeah,
everything
you really
through, eh?
kind of you put what's in and you hope that that sticks with everything else that's running, even if you're running on like all long flowering varieties, like they don't all like the same exact environment at the same time. So it becomes more important to select under what everything else has been selected under so that they're going to perform all together when you're not monocropping.
Yeah.
So
And
I
they
like,
and they flower in waves, these ones, so they kind
yeah,
of look ready at about 8 or 9 weeks. And then all of a sudden you just wait a few more days, and then woof, another layer comes on, and
yeah,
then they look ready again at about 10 and a half weeks. And then
hmm
finally they go to about 12 or so, and then you see they're really ready. Yeah.
yeah. So that's kind of the
That's good.
thing
I'm
is
glad you
like,
liked it, man.
oh yeah,
Yep.
yeah, dude. Like I said, I think that one's got really, it's just so
What is
nicely balanced. And that's one of the
that?
things, we talk about on
Well,
the
that's
show
cool.
is
That
something
was
that's,
the tie stick, or Golden Coast Dave's tie stick that when he grew out that big tie that was in his yard, and then I let it sit for like months.
Yeah.
what she smoked like.
It was great. Well, hold on, I will tell you again because I haven't touched it in
All right.
a
Yeah.
month or so.
I was just talking about that about somebody yesterday, that we were discussing how like we've been taking these hazes and the saipans and all these things really back to and the more you select for the resin, the more of the plants go back to these big wispy plants with just tiny little buds the size of the end of your finger. And that's the true original sativas. You get these big chunky buds. None of them were like that in the 60s and 70s. And they took 6 to 8 months to flower. You get a bud the size of the tip of your finger, sticky little bud, and that's in long branches. And this is what we're getting these back to now.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
love it.
you had posted about I think yesterday about or you sent me that thing where you were interviewed about the 14 to 16 week sweet spot. And
Yep, yep.
Yeah.
And that's it. There is no way that I know of to get it quicker, and it's really a sliding scale. The 10-week
Yeah.
ones are nice, but they don't quite have the edge. The 11-week ones are getting it. Number 12, that's when you're starting to really get it after 12 weeks, and that's just how long these plants take to fully. There was no hurry. They come from tropical places, and they can finish as they need to. And originally, it wasn't all about yield and big and fast. And this is just how it grew. We selected the best ones, and that's how it was. We had all that Jamaican was coming in the 80s, and that's some very good Jamaican for a few years coming into Canada. It's all buds the size of the end of your finger pressed into a block. That was it.
yeah.
Yeah. Well,
But
and that's what.
it's, I mean, I talk about this a lot. It's like with all food, right? Because everything in every grocery store around America and probably Canada is homogenized in terms of
Yeah.
3 to 4 foods in each bucket that they carry, or
Yeah.
3 to 4 vegetables. I use
Yeah. In
broccoli
each
as my
particular
example.
genre. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like I just started growing a whole bunch of stuff that people probably stopped growing in the 1800s or so. Um, but that was totally common before they had to hit like weight, speed, travel efficiency,
Mainly
and
shelf life,
all.
looking like a
Yeah,
piece of
shelf life.
plastic on this. And the
Yeah,
longer it holds its look on the shelf as a piece of plastic, the harder it is to digest. Simple as that, because digestion is fermenting and rotting, and this is what digestion is. And that's why, like all good food, Korean and Chinese food and all this stuff, it's partially digested before you even start eating it. They say, the 100-degree soup and these this kimchi, the kimchi and the fermented cabbages and sauerkraut and kimchi and all these things are to help digest. That's what herbs in general are, to help the digestion, because they're concentrated food, because a lot of the food we eat is very rough.
Well, it's
It's like
funny
adding
because,
microcryzae to the
well,
soil.
yeah, that's what I was just about to say.
Yeah.
Like, there's this, and this is how we get tied to our food and our inputs, is like we have a gut bacterial, like we have like a living soil, we have like a gut rhizome
Our
essentially.
entire body is bacteria.
And yeah, and so you're like, everything starts, even what like lives on your skin and your hair, all that starts with the the bacteria that lives in your gut, and there's good and bad bacteria.
Yeah.
And
What is
it's
that?
funny because if you don't promote good gut health and then you get into food that promotes good gut health, like, which is the good bacteria, it will make you feel like shit for a good
upside
week
down.
or two because it's reconstructing what's going on.
Yeah.
I gave my wife some kimchi like a week ago,
Oh,
and it
that's cool,
absolutely
man.
wrecked. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So
Yeah, that can do that. I know what you mean. All of a sudden, it throws your whole system off.
yeah.
And
So
then
then you
you're,
think,
because the bacteria is what we like. For instance, when you get around a person who's a drinker, all of a sudden after a couple of days you feel like drinking, and
yeah,
often it's like that. Or a smoker, or somebody who eats a lot,
mhm,
or somebody who, suddenly you're feeling like doing these things too. And it's not only
mhm.
vibrational, that's bacterial too. And
Well,
there's some people, I'm sure you've met these kind of people who are difficult to keep away. So what they'll do is they'll start leaving things at your house. You know what I mean? Musical instruments, car parts,
right,
clothes, anything to
right.
kind of to start the bacteria. And then all of a sudden, after a few weeks, you're looking at them, you think, well, maybe that guy's not so bad after all.
Right.
And because it's slowly, it's permeated, and all when you're dealing with people on a close level, and this and that, it's a constant exchange of these bacteria, and then the endocannabinoid system moving up and down at the same time. And what we think, like they say, what we are, what we eat, but we also are what we think. And even by thinking properly, we're feeding the right bacteria, the ones that'll keep us healthy,
Yeah,
digesting what's coming in.
yeah. And that's, I don't know, that whole connection, that like circle of like, yeah, your inputs influence like the way you think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like,
Yeah, because
not
one of
even
the
just
main
on a
nerves.
psychotropic level.
Yeah,
Like, your inputs affect what you think, not and
all
that's
day.
just like on a chemical, yeah. So when you ingest shit that was grown chemically, I'm not saying you ingest chemicals, but you're ingesting something that was,
A vibration. Yeah.
well, just vacant of any type of microbe. Like, I,
Because
there
if you look at
was,
homeopathics, you're taking like a millionth of a gram of something and treating it with just the vibration. And like that's what, you're getting the vibration, and it works. So if a millionth or whatever of a gram can vibrationally treat a disease, that amount of a poison of the wrong one can also make you sick. It doesn't take much,
yeah,
you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, it's a trip. It's
And I often
Dude,
put this
that's absolutely
article
true.
on.
That's
They did a
sick.
study in Germany showing the difference in the exact same crops after 10 years, right next to each other, started with the same seed, one crop or one field organic, one field chemical. And you're actually changing the DNA and making the plant less resistant, and these resistances are what we need to resist the same thing in our area. And that's the whole point
Right.
of eating what grows around us and try as close to possible as that, because it has survived in the same circumstances and conditions as we have, the same wind, same water, same air, same general that. So it's if it can resist the things there, then it can help us resist them.
Just quickly, this was the plant. This is that plant. So
Oh,
the Scorzonera.
that's pretty cool, man. It's fun
So
growing different plants.
it's stuff like this where like I was talking to my brother yesterday about, if we grew a bunch of vegetables like this on his farm in Connecticut, and then at the end of the season, or like as things are ready to harvest, had like chef, 20-person chef dinners where the chef's going to use, among other things, these wacky vegetables that nobody's ever had before.
Yeah.
And whoops, sorry, that was, and just kind of introduce it to people. Yeah, I got a couple more going outside, but so I want to make seeds of this and then get them to my brother to start
It's
growing
funny.
in
I was kind of
Connecticut at
looking,
scale.
my wife and I were talking about like, we want to get more like, we want to do some landscaping in our front yard, but we also want to bring in stuff that's like going to be productive if it has to, utilize water. So I was looking at a bunch of bushes that like produce stuff that you can eat and jar and store and make shit out of, that also works as like decorative slash barrier, type thing on my lawn. And I never really thought about that concept up until like I really started getting into like the realm of like living soil and a living, this ecosystem going on underground. And I'm like, well, you got to get into the closest thing to like native plants.
Yeah.
And
And you're living in a desert, so the same as
yeah,
California. It's all
well,
desert.
it's Colorado's kind of a trip. Like there's a lot of cool stuff that grows here, but yeah, not a lot of it's edible
No.
or super edible. But there is stuff that does like work in the areas that's not invasive, and it still like can work in a drought resistant type. So yeah, it's
I saw that what the guy just wrote there. They're calling it a new kind of peeling, eh? The something peel or something that's supposed to protect the stuff on the shelf for 3 months, still looking like
yeah.
a piece of glass. And then we're supposed to digest that somehow. Eh?
I'm excited for this to coat my lungs.
Yeah,
Along
I
with
want to know
that,
about that.
Yeah.
this
What,
is
you get
just this
yourself
is
a chillum, man?
the Turkish tobacco.
Oh, the fine camel Turkish tobacco, eh? Mixed with fine Turkish hash.
I'm excited to get into doing that too. I
Well, in
need to.
this case, it's with Thai, vibrant, bright, zesty Thai weed,
Oh, that's a good mix.
and my iced coffee.
Is that crunchy, or did you like go through the whole fermentation and you could like use it as a wrap?
It's well, basically, I've been letting things on the plant dry and brown and ferments a little bit, and then I'm not doing much, and I know it can be infinitely better, but it's still pretty good, and it makes me happy. So like, I'll start dialing in. Like, I want to start doing episodes where we bring on people who are really like knowledgeable about tobacco drying and curing, and having them give us all tips and tricks of like easy shit you can do at home. Like, if you have a flue
Yeah,
cured tobacco, for me, it's kind of like, well, if something's cured in a way that's not really practical for me in my house, like
right.
is it the only way that specific, like what would happen if you did like an air, right? Like of that, is it useless or is it just a little different and still
Well, that's why I was like, I've got a
good?
Traeger. Like, is it okay if I smoke dry leaves for like 8 hours on my Traeger and then hang them up and then drop them back down, smoke dry them for another 8 hours or something like that? I've been wanting to know the same thing.
So anyway, we will try to find, if anyone has people they want to recommend.
I could recommend, if you could possibly get a hold of these people in Louisiana, they're the last people in the world growing this Perique tobacco.
Where do they grow it?
There's just one field left. I think only 10 acres or something in Louisiana. But if you look it up, it comes up right away. This family that's still growing it, and that Perique tobacco, they cure that in barrels for a year in these oak old bourbon barrels or some liquor barrel, and that's it's one of the finest tobaccos. And they still sell seeds of that, and so they really worked on the cures on these things.
That's the trick I think everybody really holds is their like curing method.
Yeah, for the tobaccos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like what really gives them their flavor.
It's the temperatures and the wood that the barns are made out of, and for sure. It's turning it into leather, just like the weed, that leathery by the time it's done,
Yeah. And there's an art to that. Like,
for sure. And that's moist and wet and dry and moist and dry and moist and dry without getting any mold on it until finally it gets that leathery, and then it'll keep hold on to that for a couple of years then,
How do you spell Perique?
Perique, I think.
I got a buddy down there that if I can find
St.
a location,
James Parish,
I'll go see.
That's it. That's
Grown
it.
in a tiny 7-mile radius along the Mississippi River, it is famously known as the truffle of tobaccos. It delivers a strong, highly fermented flavor profile packed with fruity, peppery, and spicy notes.
Yeah, man.
The leaves are placed under massive pressure in wooden oak hickory whiskey barrels, forcing out all air to trigger a lengthy pressure fermentation. This sounds awesome.
Yeah, we could try this with the weed too, man.
What parishes are nearby there? I'm going to
St.
Louisiana.
James Parish is where it's grown.
St. James Parish. Is it in like Lafayette or Baton Rouge?
I will. Okay. We can answer that question.
I actually sent Perique tobacco seeds to Neville a long time ago, and they got them at customs, and they didn't get through.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Okay. The big reveal.
Right next to moonshine.
It's right outside New Orleans, right?
Okay.
Yeah,
Boom.
Of course. St. James Parish. Yeah.
When are you going to Louisiana?
April.
Of next year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to Lafayette.
All right, let me check in with Jeff to see if he had to do some chores. I would. Do you have Saipan seeds ready to go?
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you getting close?
Yeah.
I would love to grow that out.
Okay, I'll let you know about that soon then. These ones I'm growing now, man. I did the Saipan hazes, which I crossed the Vietnamese to the haze, and then the haze to the Vietnamese, and then crossed that into the Saipan because we didn't have any male Saipans, only had a couple of females. And these are small buds. Some of these pictures I've been putting on lately of them, just tiny little resin cover. Man, there is smells coming off of this that I've never smelled in weed before. So that's what I like. We're really bringing this back to the original primordial basis of these plants.
What are some of the
Wow.
smells you're getting?
Man, it's so hard to describe this real extreme herbal cherry fermented MSG kind of just something that you just as soon as you smell it, you can tell it's like an essential thing that you have to make a part of you. It's one of these peppery. The copper really come through in it, and I've been keeping the humidity high. And I really think as far as these sativas go, the trick is, and like we talked about that with the black Vietnamese, how even the first year. Yes, I think he's right about that. Perique would be too strong, too overpowering to mix with weed. The nice, clean blonde tobaccos. He's right about that, But for somebody like yourself who really just likes good tobacco, and this is one of the last rare varieties,
Yeah, I think this might be next.
Yeah, Virginian burley. That's more of a darker, more pipe tobacco,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the lighter stuff they mix with herb usually.
Yeah, the more blonde Virginias and that, then it's less of more of a brighter taste, and it's less overpowering. Golden Virginia, that's the nicest tobacco for mixing with herb. Yeah.
Okay.
Or with hash. It doesn't overpower. It just it melds nicely together.
I mean, I love mixing it up though. Like I'll rotate between different tobaccos I have. And
well, like in Holland, everybody's still smoking. Yeah, they were all still smoking the drum and all that stuff, and that's a blend. They take tobacco from Indonesia, mix a little bit with the American Virginia, and so the blending tobacco, and then they shred it together, and then you got these sort of strings that are mixed with the burley tobacco and the blonde tobacco, and that's a fine art, just like blending wines or blending whiskeys or blending tobacco. And then you got snuff, of course, too, and that was blends of different tobaccos too.
Right.
I love like when you watch movies where it's like in the 1800s and everybody's like, right?
I know. I used to do that when I was young. Had a can of that in my pocket just for the extra zip once in a while, even though I didn't smoke tobacco. Nice in the bar. When you're sitting in the bar, you pull out a can, after 15 or 20 minutes, and have a good snort of snuff to keep you going.
Right. That's funny.
All those fine things have been lost. There used to be lavender too. You had lavender snuff and jasmine snuff, and with that just slight ethereal aroma in there of other things.
So it would be snuff with a tiny bit of lavender.
It must be a drop of lavender in the mix, and then it gives that nice open, which has an effect as well.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, I feel like that would be more like calming, right?
Yep, that's what changes the vibration.
Okay.
Yep.
So maybe it wakes you, it like gives you a zing, but not as out of control as if you didn't have the lavender.
Maybe even lasts longer, because I really been thinking about that with the weed too. Like nobody that I know of has really done the studies to figure out why certain buzzes last longer than others. And when it comes to these sativas, for instance, they do. You smoke a big joint of that in the morning and you're good for hours, whereas these indicas, it's a fast up and a fast down. And, it's, what is it? What cannabinoids in there? Like one that really has a long buzz for the power that it has is California orange. Calio, that orange bud, that cough, it's not a heavy buzz, but all of a sudden, whack, you're there and you stay there, and you can stay there all day if you smoke a couple of joints. And it's, so there's something else in there that's lengthening, that's modulating and lengthening. And the higher you go.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
I know. I was just gonna say, like last night was an example. I had to go to a school event, so I'll take it, like I'll try to time it as close to when we go out the door of just like taking as many bong hits as possible and then popping edibles. So like the bong hits, you know, as they start to fade
overlap.
out,
They
the
get a bit of
edibles
overlap.
start to kick in. But yeah, I'm always like, I hope this, like, these bong hits go as far as they can go. Like, do
Yeah.
me justice.
Well, it makes a little
Right.
bit of tie with it and that kind of a thing, and I think that'll stretch it out for you know because they have the long-lasting buzzes as well.
Well, and it's funny because I think that's what, like, flavor and intensity is all great, but who cares if it only lasts like 30 minutes?
Doesn't matter.
You
It's
know?
the buzz
Yeah.
is what's important. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, there's a point where I appreciate kind of a low intensity because I enjoy like the old school sit around and pass a joint kind of vibe.
Yeah.
And there is this like sesh weed that's really nice to be able to just chit chat and pass around like three or four and not get completely blasted.
Yeah.
But even then, like by the time you're done, there is this like longevity where you're like, oh, it's not intense, but it's still lingering for, more than like an hour,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is really nice. Like, so I appreciate like a long lasting low intensity as much as like a long lasting like higher punch. And it is something very different. I've always often wondered like what is it that provides that? It's clearly not a terpene. Maybe
No.
it is,
It's got to be
or
some of
another
these minor
compound.
cannabinoids.
I don't even I wonder if it's the sulfate compound, but I don't necessarily think it's even that. I'm really curious if it's
Well,
like,
that
yeah, cannabinoid or another
and
like
and
secondary
that's what
metabolite.
Dwight was
Yeah.
getting at with, like, you need those extra weeks for whatever is happening to happen to have that effect.
That's it.
Yeah.
These fine things are changing, and we can barely notice the difference chemically, but it takes so little. Like some of these things are modulators, some are enhancers, some are, we they don't even have a clue. Like in general, the pharmaceutical industry works with single ingredients. And that's how it
Right.
works. They look and they look and they look till they finally can narrow down the single thing that is probably doing that to at least 55% of the people, And as soon
Right.
as you start making, that's why they don't believe in acupuncture. They don't want to have nothing to do with Chinese herbs. They don't want, like a Chinese formula will have 25 different herbs in it, and each herb has 150 different chemicals in these herbs, compounds. And so that's way too complex. So like the only thing you ever see them really add to their active ingredient is caffeine, right? Because that'll enhance and
Sorry,
help.
who are you talking about?
I'm talking about just general pharmaceuticals in general.
Got it, got it.
Yeah.
They don't mix 10 different drugs in a drug as a pharmaceutical. It's always this one and this one
right.
and this one. You can take them together, but they have a very hard time getting their head around our multi-pronged approach. And that's anybody who's like, I'm an acupuncturist, and everybody who's treated disease knows, especially with chronic disease, that whatever you've had for more than a few weeks becomes your new default. So as soon as you're trying to get out of that loop, your body tries to go back to what it's used to, even if it's sick. Whatever that is, pain in your back or a disease or migraines or whatever it is, it tries to default back to that. And often the only way to snap a person out of that and treat it is by a multi-pronged approach. Like with Eastern medicine, you do a massage, and then you're doing herbs, and then you're doing acupuncture, and then you're changing the way the person thinks, and you're telling them to stop eating that and don't sit next to that window all night. And you know what I mean? Try to make a whole change so that the body is on its heels, and this ease can't stay. You're taking it out from the root from so many angles that it can't adjust, because anytime you take one thing, doesn't matter whether it's a painkiller or even the same exact kind of weed every day after day after day, night and day, it just doesn't work that way. Our body adjusts right away, adjust to everything. So sometimes when it comes to disease and that kind of thing, you got to trick it, and that's the same as the tolerance. If you smoke the same stuff day after day, it doesn't matter how good it is, you're going to get tired of it. And like you say, especially if it's one of these real heavy dessert blueberries and all that gets right in your pores, and after a while you can't even stand the taste of it or smell of it anymore. So it's all about differences, but slight differences, and that's what, like we've spoke about before, that's why you can get a block of good hash from one of these countries, smoke it for a year, because there's 1,000 different plants in there.
I think that's why, like, as consumers, a lot, like everybody I know that's been into cannabis for an extended period of time always ends up chasing this diversity thing where it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I really love this, but I need something else. Like,
yeah.
I know people that will drink the exact same brand of beer, the exact same volume out of the
For
exact
20,
same
30
case
years.
from the
Yeah,
same liquor store. Yeah, for 20 and
yeah.
never like venture out versus
No,
like
I'm
cannabis
never like that.
consumers can't do that. They will
no.
inevitably be like, I need something
I
else.
like going
That's it.
around the world. It's like with food, or like anytime someone's like, "What's your desert island?" Anything, I'm just like variety. Like
Yeah,
that's
I can't
It's the one I'm
pick
smoking
one
right
thing.
now. That's the one. So that's
Yeah.
and that's what it is, and that's how that's the way the body works too. It needs a little bit of this and a little bit of that and a little bit of that, and not too much of one thing. Otherwise, it gets blocked, it gets inundated, it doesn't digest it anymore, and it's not doing us any good. Like when they say make
Hmm.
food your medicine, even a simple example of that is cheese is hard to digest, but by adding a bit of mustard or some cumin and seeds in there or this kind of thing, it opens it up, breaks it up, makes
Yeah.
it easier to digest, and it's adding like a medicine to a food. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's interesting. So
yeah,
cumin's like a it triggers the digestive
yeah. Triggers
enzymes
the digest
to
and
go into
warms
overdrive.
it too, and gets things
Yeah.
going. And so does like a lot of the herbs and especially the peppers and
Well, and like
spices and
that goes back into like good gut health. You start getting into cumin and turmeric and,
yeah.
black pepper and chili
It's all
pepper.
anti-inflammation,
Yeah, all these
Yeah.
spices. Well, and
everything.
they're even like they a lot of them fight like parasites and
Yeah,
shit. So if
yeah.
you've got like again, this is all like bad gut health type shit, and it is like a lot of the this herbal spices that we use in food, a lot of those are really like pro health,
It's
and then
concentrated food. Herbs
yeah,
are
well, you
concentrated
wonder like
food.
people always wonder like why why do you know a lot of Asian and some Mediterranean and like what gives them this longevity, this life longevity, and it ultimately does come down to what they're eating. Like you
Yeah,
can't.
I mean, here in the West, we'll put a piece of parsley this big, the size of one leaf, on the side of the plate. Meanwhile, in France or in Italy or one of these places, they're chop, 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 a big pile that big, and chop, 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 big pile every day. And
Yeah,
that's how much the body really needs to keep the blood clean and get rid of these
yeah.
bacterias. And we sprinkle a little bit of oregano, but this is a part of the actual food. And because we
And
can
I
digest it, helps us digest the more coarse foods.
going
Yeah,
into that, I'm like, what? Where is this point where, if we got too legally, it's just like whatever, it's kind of like alcohol, and we start really utilizing cannabis as like a spice, and you're essentially dosing as you cook. Because I've seen like cool, like I think it's Vice or some TV show, Bong Appetit or something like that. And they did this whole, I think it was like a cooking competition or something like that. And they were like dosing the like throughout the meal using cannabis like you would use other flavorings.
well,
So
they do
there's
that in
like
Vietnam.
different, yeah. And I'm
Vietnam,
like,
Thailand, Cambodia, and they got some of the plants they use for that are lower THC plant when you actually test them. That, and I've grown some of these. They got plants right on the side of the road next to their restaurant, and they'll stop, just grab a few leaves, and they throw that in the stew, and you're just getting that's the way to feed the endocannabinoid system
right.
in
But in
a
beyond,
subtle way, right? And you're just a few leaves in your stew and a couple of leaves on these pizzas and the way they
snacking
eat
on
over
the
there. Just
seeds, cattle
as a herb,
snacking on the
just as a
plant.
herb,
Yeah.
sprinkle a few leaves in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
That spoon, that
Yeah.
spoonful.
Yeah. No, it's
Now, I
They've
mean,
already done that.
you got me. Well, two things. One, yeah, it's like also depending on what your issue is, right? So when my wife gave birth, like her Chinese mother was whipping up these brothy concoctions with all the mushrooms and
All the
gojis and
hormones
all
and the
the
enzymes and yeah.
yeah. But then if you had
Well,
a different
they used to do
issue, it'd be a
placenta.
totally different.
They still do these placenta parties. You know, they take the placentas, dry them, put them all in pill form, and they sit around or in China in the old days used to have placenta party with a stew. They would make a stew with the placenta, and then the mother would eat that, and some other people would come and eat that as well. And that just puts back that's to prevent a postpartum depression and these kind of things by taking all these hormones back in and that you've lost. And that's the theory behind that. And you know, this is an old practice. You know? Even in Europe, there's some places where you can bring your placenta to the pharmacy. It'll go. You can ask for that, and it'll go straight from the hospital to the pharmacy and put in dried pill form. And the rest gets sold to the pharmaceutical companies and makeup companies. The makeup companies. You know?
Yeah, no. The other thing I was thinking about was when you were talking about your body, even if its steady state was not a good place, it wants to go back there.
It's what it's used to. And it only takes about 3 or 4 weeks, you know, and once you've gotten past this certain, if you got something happen and it's after 3 or 4 weeks and you're not getting over it, then it's time to do something about it. Either get a treatment of some kind or get a massage or try some acupuncture, do something to try and before it sets in, because it doesn't take long. And the whole problem is it becomes, for most people, it becomes their escape from daily life.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the way they do it.
Chicken feet, tripe, and fish eyes.
That's what you do. If you got problems with your liver, you eat liver. You got problems with your kidney, this is something they figured out a long time ago, is eat the thing that, you know. So, you know, so that's it. So, you know, I got a sore arm, and that means I have to eat
you got to
some
eat an
arm.
Oh, shit.
Dwight,
hey guys,
you're
I
a
gotta
good
jump
Canadian
off real
export.
quick because I got to jump off real quick.
Thank you very much, man.
Way ahead of schedule. So I'm going to have him come by. Hopefully it's quick, and then I'll check and see if you're still back on and pop on.
We'll be here.
All right. Much love.
Okay.
Dwight, do you mind if I take a bull timeout?
What am I supposed to do? Just sit here and sing, or what?
No. I can still talk. I'm just going to be off camera actually I can bring it back to packet. I can do as much of the task inside. Yeah, no, it's funny. So this, it's coming back to me. This weed made me super talkative when this guy Kevin and I were smoking it. And then I forget what we smoked after it, but we both just became like totally mute. Like neither of us was, we were sitting together, had just been super chatty, and then suddenly both of us are just like,
you go back internal again, eh? That's a real yin and yang thing, you know.
The wrong thing.
And the yang is on the outside, and it's talkative. It's on the outside of the skin, and you're all of a sudden the other, and that's the real sign of you know, as far as I'm concerned, indica and sativas. You know?
Here, we'll go through my wacky medieval vegetables. So this is, all right, these ones, let me see if I can get a visual on. Smyrnium olusatrum, also known as Alexander's. Let's see if I can find. Well, actually, we'll just show this.
Wow.
Oh, wait, sorry. Let me find I'm on images. Actually, we'll go.
Oh, I see it on the right there. Eh? Oh, lovage. Oh, that's great stuff.
Yeah, so it's historically cultivated as a standard table vegetable by celery. So this is an example of like something like celery takes over because it's fast.
Shelf
all
life,
the grocery store check boxes, right?
Yeah, and celery. That's why they make that kind of natural MSG out of it, and that's really what celery is. It's kind of a preservative and an enhancer. but lovage is much more of an enhancer. You can really, that's something that, and more medicinal than celery is.
Right now, I'm finishing seeding out Chinese pink parsley.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I just saw that our parsley is coming up again this year, even though we had 35 below zero this winter. That it didn't kill it, and it's coming back up this spring for the third year now. So I got it ruderalis now. It's on its 8th year.
That's awesome. Yeah, no,
Outside coming up naturally, more and more every year.
I'm still kind of pleasantly mind blown just being in LA where just nothing dies, right? So I have stuff
Well,
where I'm like, here, hold on, that's my phone. I'll be right back.
Okay.
It's a potential spam number. Never mind.
The fellow I was talking about there who was doing the reversal on the males and all that, he's got one of them Vietnamese plants that overwintered.
In Canada?
No, there in LA. He's down in Burbank.
Oh, in LA. Oh.
Yeah. Or down in Burbank, so he put one out last fall, didn't water it, didn't do nothing to it, didn't water it all summer, got about 6 feet tall, and it just kind of hung there all winter. And the end of March, beginning April, suddenly it started growing again, and now it's a big giant green bush. So, this thing is now over a year old. It'll be 18 months by the time it's ready.
That's awesome. Yeah, no, that's why I like one of the pluses of LA.
Yeah, you can put saipans in down there. They'd probably be ready around Christmas time, but some are fairly quick.
All right, and then the other one, I'd have to go out of range to grab it, but
that's all right.
Yeah, no. So there are a bunch of, because I want to taste all this stuff, right, and like start cooking with it myself. But it's always fun to find, because my kids aren't, the breadth of what they're down to eat isn't obviously like me, but my hope is that they get there where I can just grow. Like I grew a ton of Swiss chard 2 years ago. I love it, but nobody else wanted it, right? So then I'm just like, oh. Right. So, but I want to introduce them to it because I probably didn't like Swiss chard when I was 7 or 4 either. So, or like roasted parsnip, right? As a
I like it as wraps. I use it as a wrap. You get those nice.
A parsnip?
No, the Swiss chard. I use the whole leaf as like a wrap.
And then like bacon.
Yeah, and then you put rice and hamburger and spices and that in there, and you make like those like Greek. I just planted a few days ago in the greenhouse. Swiss chard, oregano, rosemary, everything you can imagine. So it just finally got warm enough in the greenhouse up here.
Yeah. No, that's. Yeah, I would.
Doesn't take much. An 8x12 greenhouse, and you can supply a whole family with greens right from a month after you plant right till November.
Yeah, I'm doing more this year stuff that my kid, like cucumbers, right? Like we eat tons of cucumbers, so I'm gonna grow, and then pickle stuff and like lettuces, tomatoes, the stuff we just go through every week.
Yeah.
But then I'm trying to add stuff, so it's like we have either broccoli or broccolini all the time, right? Because my kids, I want to expand out of. That's why I keep trying to introduce them to stuff like Swiss chard, but with varying degrees of success. I'm sure they're not going to like.
Depends what you mix it in. You chop it all up and stir fry and.
But they reject. So if they see the tiniest piece of something they don't want in like a big mix of like a salad of whatever the dish is, they'll be like, no, I don't want that. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
you're killing me. Like, try it. I understand that by itself it's something you want no part of, but if you try it in combination with all these things that it's working together with. Yeah, I had my oh, what did I make? I made a sauce. Oh, it was a red wine beef I was braising I was doing short rib, and so it was red wine, beef broth, some Worcestershire, um and a couple other things. It was delicious. And my kids were like, "I do not put your sauce on my meat."
A real hot pot.
And I was like, just try one bite, and if you don't like it, I will give you. We have more meat. I will eat the meat on your plate, and I'll give you all new meat with no sauce. And like one by one, they ate it and kind of like gave it the thumbs up. Uh, but yeah, those are the anybody with kids can probably relate to that.
It's not easy. They get stuck in patterns.
Well, it's also when you cook something that you think is amazing and they don't want to touch it. And you just spent like an hour and
Yeah.
a half cooking it.
In the old days, they'd make them sit at the table until they ate it, and that was it, right?
No, that was
Till
my
12
job.
o'clock
Like
at night.
my parents wouldn't let me leave the table till I finished my zucchini. If we had zucchini, which I never wanted to eat. Hold on. But I would just outweight them. So all my brothers and sister would leave the table, and then it'd just be me, my mom, and my dad having like a stare down for the next 45 minutes until they finally were like,
A battle of
just,
wills.
yeah, I usually won those battles, but I would have to sit at the table, just me and my parents. And now I'm lucky if my kids sit at the table for like 10 straight minutes.
Yep, that's the way it's going. All right, the family meal.
Yes, is everybody in different places, and then my wife lets them watch their iPads. So I'll sit at the table and I'll look around, and it's like three kids each with an iPad, and my wife like texting someone on the phone. So I'm like, all right.
Yeah, it's going to be a while before that changes, I think.
So how big is your greenhouse? Is it like
8 by 12.
8 by, okay. And do you
Yeah,
have
just 8 by
stuff
12
like,
and made almost just one path in the middle and then
and then
bins, you know?
two, but yeah. So it's like two long troughs on either side, or a couple.
Yeah, too long and then one wider one at the end, kind of a thing, and
At
just
the
a little
back,
trail
right,
in the
right.
middle, like, you know?
Yeah. Do you go in
Yeah,
there with
so
your
at the back,
morning
like a
cup of
3 by
coffee and
8,
your
and then on the sides,
and you go in with your morning
just to
cup of
feel the
coffee and your
heat
joint,
again, you know?
and the
Yeah,
fresh
just
air that
stand
the
there and
plants have
absorb
made
the
just
heat
for
again.
you all night.
And the dirt, just the smell of a greenhouse in the spring, and that's just something about a greenhouse, you know, that the warmth and it's just nice. I cut this tree behind my house there, so now I got sun right from 5:30 in the morning right till 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, those are happy plants. I mean, I'm constantly trying, because so things grow all year, but then different times a year I'm getting totally different light, and like houses and trees and stuff are blocking it. So what was in the
Yeah.
perfect spot for something that, like, I have beets outside, and parsnip and like all these other things that have just, they're, I planted them last year or 2 years ago or whatever, and so like at different times a year they're getting total happiness, but then other times they're getting whatever the
dormant.
because some stuff doesn't want tons of sun, and then I have it like baking in the sun in the winter or something, or in the summer and not the winter, or vice versa. So, but to have no
I'm gonna start
have it so that you don't have to. Sorry, I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's kind of taking care of itself as it goes along now.
Right. So what cannabis new? Do you have some new genetics that you're psyched to pop?
Yeah, I got the 18-hour Iranians.
Nice.
And so now it's all about bringing that into everything and creating hazes and things like that.
Where'd you get those from?
You know the guy.
What's that?
You know the guy. I don't know if I'd rather not say, but you know the guy. You had him on here a couple of times.
Was it Floyd or someone else?
No, up Jeff.
Oh, got it. Okay, sweet. So he got some out to you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
he gave him somebody else, and somebody else gave them to him.
I want to. I texted Floyd, who has the. Hold on.
Oh, the Syrians, eh?
Well, he also has Iranian.
Oh.
And I was like, we've just been talking about Iranian. He was like, oh yeah, like I didn't even think about that as like a compelling. So he's gonna hopefully make more seeds of what he has. That was my long-winded.
And those are the 18-hour ones as well?
Yeah, I think so. That's what I was talking about with him, and he was like, "Yeah."
Yeah. Oh, good. Oh, great. Yes, that's what I'm doing. The same thing. I'm doing the same thing with so I can bring these hazes flowering in Canada. You know, then you can put them out in June, 2 feet high. They'll go flowering right away in the middle of June and be done in September after flowering for 12 to 14 weeks.
Yeah,
that's the next goal is Iranian hazes that'll flower anywhere in the world and finish. So.
The Holy Grail.
The Holy Grail, man. Something that haze you can go anywhere, and they do very well. Like they do very well across to the Afghans and all that.
The Iranian, or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Iranian, the 18-hour Iranians, like with the ruderalis, it's a recessive thing, so you have to inbreed it and across the male back and so on. But with these, it's dominant. So as soon as you cross it, you're getting more than 50% of them are auto flowering right away.
So from the hazy side, what do you want to cross it with this year?
I want to cross male Iranians into the outbacks.
Into the outback, okay.
Yeah. So then try to make some auto flowering Iranian haze and take it from there. See how they come out and go the direction, as well as cross it into some of the outdoor. I have stuff that flowers at 15 and a half, 16 hours, like, you know, these R2s and freeze lands and those kind of things. But this is the first ones that flower at 18.
Yeah, I'm going through your. Yeah, this is what you were talking about before. Those little tiny.
That's the Saipan, man.
Yeah.
That's the Saipan haze.
Yes. That looks like I would enjoy smoking little.
I'm pretty sure you would, man. It's the spicy, metallic, cherry, deep fruit smell coming off of that, man, is just really unbelievable.
This is what you were just talking about. As the body tries to default back to its disease state.
Yeah. Because that's just another story, another article about how they expected certain certain compounds, certain cannabinoids to do a certain thing, and they're trying to figure out which one does it, you know, and they can't. It's just there. It's always about the one, you know. That's another Saipan.
Yeah, no, I'm reading the profile.
And I've been keeping the humidity high. Oh, that's what I was talking about a while ago when we started talking about something else. I think one of the secrets of these, like with the black Vietnamese, when they took it from Vietnam, the ones that they'd found there, even after 1 year in California, it expressed differently, of course, because of the dryness. And so I keep the humidity around 75, 80% in the room with these. And I think, and they like it. I can tell they like it, you know, and the light, intense, hot, lots of wind, and humid. That's where they come from. That's when all of a sudden you get these wicked smells coming off of them, and you know. So it's always 80%, 85% humidity there, and that's where you're bringing out the real thing.
Yeah? You're their native environment.
As much as you can, at least with a couple of with some of the warmth and the wind and the humidity, especially.
Yeah, no, that looks. Is this the one I just looked at? Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, and that's a combination. Like I said, I took the Vietnamese male to one of the outbacks, and then took a male of that to the Saipan.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a combination of what I think are the three best Vietnamese that I've ever found, anyway.
And Dave was growing out the Outback haze or a
He was growing that Outback. He's growing that what I call the Haze OG, which is the Outback crossed to Lemon Skunk and then crossed to the Triangle Kush. SFV, Triangle Kush.
Nice.
Yeah.
So here you crossed it to this is
now here Swami, he crossed the Calio haze, we call it, which is Outback times California Orange. He took a male of that to those Saipan hazes, and this is the result of those. So we got Saipan, double Outback haze, and California Orange, and in there. You look at that little chunky one down the bottom, and
yeah,
that popped out like that's an Afghan that must be coming out of the California Orange side. That's crippler haze. So Ruderalis is coming up.
It's like it's like skunk cabbage, right?
I know, and they have different colors, different shapes, different, you know what I mean? Which is very, you can tell it's all for survival. Some are yellow, some are green, some are purple. Yeah, that's a nice one. That's Outback haze times Vietnamese back cross to the same Outback haze.
Yeah, I have.
It's like a trident on top, which we found cool. Turned into 3 branches on top.
I'm trying to find my. Yeah, you're getting me excited about the Calio side of things too.
Yeah, that's the old Oaxacan, you know, the O side of it, you know, and the skunky Afghan as well. That's something we were talking about is and I put it on a while ago. Like when you talk about these terpene profiles, of course, as you know, Neville always smelled for clean as possible. That's that's like 6 or 7 weeks in flower Saipan haze. Juicy looking, eh?
Yes.
And now something that's very important in the perfume industry, which is also important to us, are the off notes. You know, and the off notes, for instance, skunk is an off note. And this fuel and diesel and you know, all these things which are not part of the fruit or of these citrus or, you know, these funky, it's always a funky off note, and a good off note is like the base. That's what pulls it all together. And so you got to get, sometimes it's like I don't like the that smell of glue, airplane glue and that kind of stuff. That's really gone too far then, but the skunkiness and a bit of funk of one kind or another, bit of grease or a bit of it's the off note that pulls it together like a B minor kind of a thing,
Yeah. Looking at the chat. Yeah, this sorry, let me go back to
now. The more we've been breeding these ones back and forth into each other, the more we're getting into those little resin covered fuzzy little buds, just like they used to be in the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice one. I just started smoking that one last night. It was a bit much, actually. Tastes like acetone, blueberry nail polish remover. Very inviting, but kind of a funky, scattered, heavy buzz. See, that's also what I mean. I noticed that Tom Hill had just put out some haze pictures that looked a lot like this one, and this is also, that's the Outback crossed to a Vietnamese back to the Outback again, and that has clean. It's like concentrated 7-Up with a kind of a metallic or herbal base, but mostly on the lemon lime side.
Yeah, his was heavy on the terpinolene.
Oh yeah. So he's been working with the Thais, and then with me, I've been working with the Vietnamese, and so it's all similar ancestors.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I still have some. This is inspiring where I go smoke-wise. Here's one of them. So this was, he sent a couple different plants. There he is. Oh my goodness.
Hey, am I on here?
You are.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. You made it. You
All right.
How you doing, Jeff?
Chores.
There's an animated Dwight. All I know you, Dwight, is from a static picture on LinkedIn. So nice to see you.
Now you know it's actually real.
Yeah. Well, you never know these days, but yeah.
He's an
I
AI
know, man.
bot.
I watched all your videos, so I feel like I know you.
All right. We're all believing in the simulation. Great.
That's right.
For the moment.
Buying in.
Yeah, in full disclosure, yeah, thank you for the invite. Definitely wanted to say hi, but today have some stuff lined up. We're actually bringing our first batch of females out to our Boulder Creek property. So I got to drive about 50. Yeah, our females are showing a lot of them really early right now. So we're just going to get them in the ground and go.
And what are you bringing over there?
Right now there's some Yunnan, really cool plant. It smells like black pepper, cracked black pepper terps. It's really, and a really nice high. And then some of the Iranian crosses, just because they have, a little bit of the early trait to them. So those are showing. So the Iranian Afghan, Iranian Kashmir, that very excited about. I think some Sri Lanka ones, which are super tropical sativas, but they're already, 3 of those are showing already. So, and by the way, have you guys found that the early female showers have a lower herm chance? Like when they come right out of the gates showing female super early, that they tend to stay female?
Hard to say. I haven't really, I haven't put the 2 and 2 together in that way, but that's something I'll watch for.
It's kind of an anecdotal theory right now.
Yeah.
I like it though.
But like that they're maybe showing stronger commitment to staying
The
female.
other ones still aren't. The other ones still aren't quite sure
they
yet. Kind
bought
of
in.
thing.
Yeah, they're still going through college and
Still on the fence, you know.
they're still open to
Graduate
possibilities. They're exploring life.
Yeah. The ones that know right away, straight into flower. I know what you mean, but I'll keep an eye on that. Actually, that's something to keep an eye for sure.
Well, we'll see. I'm going to be paying attention to it because I know the Sri Lankan ones do have a tendency to be a little hermy. So we'll see these early
But
showers.
so, does that imply that you're culling stuff, like stuff that doesn't show early, you're not going to bring over there?
Well, they have to sit. Sort of their motivation to show is they have to sit in a 3-gallon pot and be confined until they reveal.
Because some of those might not even be herms if they were in a full you know what I mean? Because it is a kind of a stress one way or another. You're forcing them a bit, you know.
Yeah,
but it's also a way of working that out, which is good too. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, so we'll see the late showers. They sort of get they get like the bleacher seats in the garden. They, right now the early showers get the prime spots in the garden. And then the ones that show late, they get, well, actually they could be the prime spots because they get like the shadier areas, but I'm finding shade grown actually sometimes develops the best profiles, chirps, potencies, effect. So
absolutely, man. I find the same with the hazes, even that growing them indoors. They don't need this 1100 ppfd blaring down on. They do better a bit off to the side with the buds hanging sort of in the edge and up against the wall, and they like it. They don't like it too much because even in those countries in the hills and that, they're getting only 8 or 9 hours of light. They get intense humidity and that oppressive heat and that kind of a thing, but it's not this bright, intense, dry blue sunshine, and it's always hazy in these countries as well. A kind of a So it's not like California. Yeah.
And if they're trying to hide them, they may be in the jungle canopy a little bit.
Always mixed with other crops, and it's for sure. And you can tell by the way they grow. They've developed over the time to compete with other jungle plants, and they're bang right out of the ground. Those big wide leaves that go narrow very quickly, and you can tell they're in a competition kind of, but they still think they can get as big as they want.
Yeah. So. Anyway, that's what's going on. What were you? I kind of just all of a sudden plopped in here, but were you guys in mid conversation? Or?
No, we were just discussing the plants in general and the tropicals and the and the sativas, and that way where you are is just perfect, latitude wise for these things just to show, but not to actually go into flower. These tropical plants,
That's what I found. If pop seeds late March. Usually can just let them ride with no light supplement and usually will not pre-flower. So some of the more indica-ish ones run a slight risk. So I usually wait another week or two for those type of seeds to germinate them. And then, but used to always pop seeds in January to get them as big as possible, like trying to grow like, state fair size monster plants. But the reality was then you're babying these plants that are getting unruly and too huge. And then you have to add light to them. And then by the time you put them out in the garden, you really can't tell the difference between the January ones and the March ones. By the time they get in the ground and take off, they usually end up right around the same size anyway. So,
it's interesting.
I've just learned to
the ones started later without any interruption.
Yeah, actually, they may outperform because they don't get stunted.
Yeah.
So
that's it.
Cool.
Yeah, it's a crop. And the thing is with that, like you're saying, then you take varieties like the Moroccans and those kind of things. Then you could put that out in March and then harvest a hash crop in July.
That's kind of what we're doing right now with these Middle Eastern 18-hour flower types. Is we lock in like 4th of July. We try and do a 4th of July harvest for at least I'm in the U.S., so to express our freedom and independence, harvesting some killer, right? And this
Patriotism.
Your
year,
gratitude.
yeah, of expressing our independence and all that. But to add another layer of interesting little twist is these are Iranian plants too.
I know.
So it's
I know.
there's
It's
The
interesting
perfect.
layers right
geopolitical
now.
symbolism,
Yeah, we're celebrating
It's
unifying
poetic.
the American people and the Iranian people.
yeah, and
That's
Persian
it.
culture
With the
that's
best
been around for
Iranian hash available.
yeah,
Yeah.
so it's so we're kind of in solidarity with the stoners from stoners unite from around the world. Stoners don't play with politics and bombs and things like that. So anyway, we celebrate and stand in solidarity with the stoners from all around the planet.
Even Iran.
Yeah, I'm telling you, these are some of the coolest plants I've ever seen. And then I have some friends too who are originally from Iran, and we've got a really killer Iranian restaurant close by here, and just as far culturally, anyway, it just sucks. If everyone was smoking killer weed,
We'd have less
we'd
war.
be less apt to be blowing things up.
I know.
Yeah,
Oh,
no,
well.
my brother's wife is Iranian, and when her mom cooks the foods, her parents go back to Iran. Like, you know how Chinese tourists come to the U.S. with like empty suitcases and like go back with full suitcases. So he'll go to Iran with empty suitcases, and everything that's coming back is nuts and dried fruit and all the amazing,
Herbs and
delicious stuff
spices.
from there. She grew up in Orange County, and their yard is all mulberry and like all kind of traditional, Iranian fruit trees, and it's awesome.
Oh, those mulberry! We grow the mulberries too. Those big, big long.
So they have a yogurt company called White Mustache, and they'll put seasonal fruit in it, like mulberry and quince and cherries and peaches, and that's actually the whole reason for. They have a farm in Connecticut now where it's going to be an orchard, and they want to source a lot of the seasonal fruits from their own fruit trees. So they're around the country looking for like quince trees and mulberry trees and all the different trees they want growing.
Cool. And mulberries are a trip. Once you find a really good tree, you can actually take cuttings off the tree and then root the cuttings. So you can actually lock in that killer,
that deliciousness.
Specimen. Yeah. If it's working, like you can replicate it. Just start taking cuttings. It's a trippy tree. It's almost like a succulent or something, like the way it root, like the branches, you just put them in the dirt and they'll start shooting roots out.
No, it's because I always wanted to. I wasn't actually going to broach the subject with him, but I wanted to be like, if by chance you come across some great cannabis seeds from your annual visit to Iran, if you could put those in your suitcase coming back as well, at great risk to yourself.
Yeah, I have that conversation like almost all my world traveling friends and such. It's like, hey, by the way, if you find some seeds
in that country,
well, see, that's my trick now. That's my trick on LinkedIn. That's a good way to get rid of people. You get people from all these weird countries saying, "Can you want this or you want that?" I say, "Can you get me some seeds?" And often that gets rid of them real quick. But the odd one actually comes up with something too. So I mean, they write to me from some fucking place. Anyway, it changes the subject quick from Central Africa or wherever. Every Nigerian who writes to me gets the same question too. How's the seed situation in Nigeria? Is there any good? Are you close to the fields?
Well, cool. Well, anyway, just wanted to say hey. But anyway, thanks for shoot line, man. Just wanted to say hey and connect with you, Dwight, for the first time over the interwebs like this. So good seeing you. And then
are you're growing the Syrian this season, Jeff?
Yes.
Nice. Okay, I think those originally came from Floyd from Hoku, and I gave a ton away. I don't really have any more, so I'm psyched to see how they grow.
Well, see, I grew, and you never know 100%. I grew something else that was called Syrian a few years ago, and it kind of had a savory, like beef broth nose to it.
Nice.
So I don't know.
This one has more of a this one's kind of a fruity, spicy, hashy, maybe related. You never know. I mean, but no herms, and that came from Peter. The guy only has about 100 or something, but he's putting a whole bunch in this summer. So by fall, then if you don't get any from Hoku, then I'll get the guy to send you a bunch back there, Peter.
Yeah. Well, anyway, we'll see. I'll start posting videos of those ones when they start going off and everything like that. So, and then Peter.
Well, that's cool, Jeff. It was nice.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just saying it was nice to see you in person, and
Likewise. We'll definitely stay in touch. And then Peter, at some point, I had no idea you were involved with that BCC meeting in San Jose on the rooftop thing. So I'd love to connect with you on sort of your whole history and how that came about and all that.
Back. Yeah. That was mostly I wanted to make Lori Ajax have to listen to actual operators and like what their pain points were, and like it's interesting because some of the people like the Jackie McGowan, she started that panel off throwing high heat inside to Andrew D'Angelo about the whole license stacking and all that stuff. Which I loved. And what I loved even more was the CCIA was mad at me for that. And then I was like, that's kind of where I lost interest in dealing with the CCIAs of the world and the NCIAs, because I was like, they care about the D'Angelos, not the small or the people who want to get big and who are their biggest donors, rather than the mom and pop operators.
I went to an NCIA meeting in Sacramento, I think two or 3 years ago, and basically came away from it feeling sort of like basically like being like an indigenous coffee grower from Guatemala going to a Las Vegas
Coffee Con,
like Starbucks franchise convention about, hey, we're doing a new Frappuccino with pumpkin spice and like how to do franchising agreements in shopping mall. It was like so disconnected.
Candy cane, mochaccino.
Yeah, like where the cannabis comes from, the farmers or anything, like they could care less. It was all franchising and stores and branding and beverages and whatever the new hype it was just like, oh my God. But by the way, did you know that Lori Ajax went off to become the head of a
ironically yes, I in my head I was like, that's the irony of all ironies, because now she's advocating on behalf of the mom and pops,
and their number one issue is opening up direct to consumer shipping for reciprocal agreements across state lines. Like they know
if you could be a craft beer brewer and like, I mean, it's the same thing. All these people would survive because the people want what they have, and you'd have all these mom and pop businesses thriving in local. Like that was my whole thing with that event was this
direct
is the only
shipping.
industry that
Yeah.
that is currently like that, and it shouldn't be like other industries where it's, you know, Walmart, and if you want to work in that industry, you have to be like the greeter at Walmart as like your opportunity versus owning your own little plumbing shop or hardware store or
When it really comes down to it, unfortunately, this current California administration and the DCC and all the elements are completely anti small farm, anti small family business, anti independent business, like everything beautiful about, you know,
it's
supposedly
mind blowing.
the free market.
And it's such an easy thing to wrap your mind around of like, wouldn't you want a bunch of Californians thriving economically and reinvesting in their own communities and providing jobs for their neighbors and other taxpayers? And it's like, of course, but, and it's like, so what distorts, you know, it's like, why would they want to advocate for MSOs from the Midwest to be the dominant players in California?
Well, is that I saw it firsthand on our medical shipping bill, which was just a tiny, tiny slice just to provide for medical patients. But there was a line that cannot be crossed. It's not part of the script to give any opportunity to the small farmers. And I hate to say this, and this is really dystopian and dark, but it really seems that the agenda is get rid of all the small farmers, try to make it look like it was just market. That's the way the market is.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, it just
economies of scale.
economies of scale. It's just
Market
how it
force.
is. It's unfortunate. It's so sad to see you guys go, but no, any little niche opportunity that the consumers want, the medical patients want, the farmers want, everybody would benefit, and it would create a more diverse and resilient and more interesting marketplace, especially where rural communities could now, through the internet, can now reach population centers, and you can have these people doing beautiful things out in the middle of nowhere, growing really pristine, high vibing cannabis, and that can get to population centers. It makes total sense, but the reality is those small farmers are not lobbying, and they're not paying politicians.
So what I
irrelevant.
find, the example you gave, I feel like the people who were passionately against it, which were other struggling people who, because they're only like it's, you know, I think a lot of them were the retailers down in LA, not all of which are big operations, but they feel threatened by something that they shouldn't, like,
well, they've invested.
They're shooting their essentially comrades. Like they're struggling too, and they're going after other struggling people.
Well, they've invested in Blockbuster Video,
right?
And they're trying to keep Netflix from ever showing up.
But in this example, it's Netflix, but only as a medical,
as a very small, like art boutique.
But their worry is that it then opens the door,
that it turns into Netflix, and they've invested very heavily in Blockbuster Video. And then they may want to become Netflix, but they want to be in charge of that transition and not the little 215ers up in the hills who don't deserve this because they're not as sophisticated or smart or whatever. It's a whole fucking
here's the world I want to live in. So at my Sunday farmers market, it's always like, you know, some of the farmers are from Santa Barbara and Ventura and stuff, but some are like, yeah, we drove down from Fresno or we drove down from wherever. So I look forward to the day where Jeff has his little stand at my LA farmers market with jars full of delicious
Well,
weed.
anyway, that's happening, but the reality is folks in Humboldt can't drive 10 hours.
Right.
So,
They can go to the Bay Area. They could
yeah.
go, right. They could
Yeah.
either ship it. I
Oh,
mean,
as you get
you
better
can ship it
known.
from the farm. You can go to farmers markets. You can have people come on your farm.
Well, we cracked that nut now. We've got the
Yeah.
farm dispensary, our final thing. We're just figuring out how to shuttle people because we need to do shuttle bus. We don't want people driving and impaired driving risk, even though we have wine tasting.
Even though
tours.
I was gonna say,
our county supports tourists coming to Santa Cruz and driving, and they give them a map of every single winery and want them to go to each one and then get back in their car and
spend a lot of money, drink a lot of wine.
But that's okay because everybody's drunk on that road.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, it's very bizarre, but yeah, we at some point we'll continue this conversation, but the also the force that not a lot of people are aware of in California, but I think across the country, is also the unions. And I'm not anti-union. I think that unions, but people don't realize the California cannabis industry was designed a lot by the unions because they thought this was going to boost their membership. They were fantasizing of like 20,000 new members, and it gets kind of weird. It's like, so all of a sudden these employees are kind of like product that then they get slices of their paychecks. And so small farmers, small family farms are competition that don't get unionized. So the unions would prefer 10
to
20
the bosses of the unions whose salaries get paid by dues,
and they want
lobbying power gets paid by dues.
They're a huge lobby
power
for
and money.
Pension.
No, it sucks, and like that's another example of like the poor fighting, and trying to take down the poor. It's like if the average union member, I'm sure, would be like, no, I don't view you as a threat, but the guy who I'm paying my dues to does.
They want mega farms with 100, 200 employees, and they can one-stop shop unionize those. And then it gets really weird that the unions actually carry water and actually are the nice looking optics for the MSOs politically. And because the deal is, we'll help you politically secure your 100-acre mega farm.
Your low wage.
And then all of the corporations
provide us ample low wage jobs.
Yeah.
Just have to say the word jobs, and everybody sinks into a Valium like everything's okay. You can do anything you want as long as you get those
even
jobs.
though we're destroying 200.
Yeah. And we're going to fire them all in 2 years anyway. What I mean? It's all, it's
but you're destroying 200, 300 family businesses to create $225 an hour. Yeah. So it just creates oligarchs and wage slave society, and your middle class and your family businesses are toast. So it's very interesting.
And then
one other thing, by the way, and that's the machine. And the unions pay into the political campaigns. The MSOs pay into
you're dealing with a few people instead of hundreds, and then it's easier to keep a grip on,
Yeah, and they all pay in and all scratch each other's backs, but the family farmer doesn't contribute to that machine, so they're irrelevant and they don't have a voice. So it's really sad. So the only folks who really care about the family farms are the public. The actual citizens love the idea of family farms and supporting small farmers. So we really need to get this conversation in the public and out of closed doors in
100%.
Sacramento, because behind closed doors in Sacramento, common people get fucked.
If I may be so bold as to say, it's like the current movement of shining a light on APAC involvement in politics. And that is now a detriment as a candidate if you're running where everybody knows you're backed by APAC.
There needs to be an awakening of who's fueling this machine that's really to the detriment of society. And
it's where this is what I was trying to say before. Like any normal person, when you explain what you're hoping to do as your business life, would be like, that sounds amazing. I would love to buy whatever. Like, I'm excited to buy your products. And then when it doesn't play out that way, even though you know every normal person is like, I would love for that vision to be the reality.
Well, when it comes to weed, you know, it's a strange thing because it's the only thing that I've seen on Earth where even the mega rich, for instance, don't know what to do. They don't even know what's good. Like, you know, these people will go after. I'm surprised that you don't have private helicopters landing at your place out there, Jeff, saying, fuck's sake, I'll take it all. You know what I mean? That's how stunned everybody is, because they know what's good in every other genre. They got good cars, and they got good food, and they got caviar, and they got clothes, and you got airplanes, and you got fucking houses, and you got gold this and diamonds, and you know what I mean? But for some reason, with weed, nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. You know, and it's this layers of bullshit and commercial and who's doing and prestige,
but
you know,
it is
bizarre.
No, I like there's like a societal agitation going on. Like I get a lot of like perfect union videos in my Instagram feed, and it's like the target, like billionaires, and it's trying to understand human, because like I think all of us are like, if I had a piece of land and I made a comfortable living and I could support my family, like I would be happy, and I could garden every day. I could roll in my pajamas, like
just be yourself.
But it would be like I use like the Koch brothers as the example in my head, where it's like they've made billions, so that like they have enough money, yet they still want to drive policy to allow them to dump like all their stuff is like chemical industry A, B, C, D, E.
Well, that's power. That's power, you know.
And it's like how the fact that they're still trying to distort society and policy so that they can continue to vacuum even more money in an unfair way, and like push all the costs of their profits onto the rest of us. I think in my head, it's always like a poor Republican versus a poor Democrat. Like you're not each other's problem. You're not the cause of each other's problem. It's like the Jeff Bezoses and the Koch brothers and
the thing is, it's a formula.
Elons,
they work on a formula. And they work on a formula, and they won't hand it over the fence. Just like you said, Jeff, when you go there as a regular farmer talking complete common sense, it's like you're up against a wall, and they're looking at you like you're a radical fool. And you know, how dare you come in here and talk common sense? But
capitalism with a layer of fairness over the top, right? Like we don't have straight capitalism.
This isn't even capitalism anymore. This is rigging,
cronyism.
Yeah. It's not free market. It's not rewarding innovation. It's not rewarding quality. I would love to see the capitalism where Jeff can grow amazing landrace weed on his farm, have people come and buy it at the farm, ship it all over the world.
Yeah,
but that's not the capitalism that is currently happening.
No, it's controlled, and what you do is.
And then who's going to set the price?
Yeah.
Right? Well, that'll have to go through the stock exchange, and it'll be, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and there's so much amazing cannabis and farmers who that's all they want to do. They just want to pay their bills, maybe go on a vacation for a week once a year, but live a pure lifestyle of just being in harmony in nature and just pumping out. That's their contribution to society, almost like a monk-like existence, is they will put all this love and intention into this really high vibe cannabis and then send that out to the world for the people who appreciate that and need it. And they get to live their monk-like sort of separate out of the rat race life. And they're able to create something beautiful and pure and magical and then give that back to society without, getting corrupted or whatever by being engulfed in the rat race. So it's really a beautiful way to interact and contribute to society while being removed.
Still being allowed to be yourself, because that's what you want. I mean, there's some people that want to be in the city and working at factories and running around, and those are not the ones that are growing the good weed. Simple as that.
Yeah,
I mean,
but they may want to vicariously have a few hours of experiencing that really.
They want to see the picture. They want to see the picture of the mountain on the package, just like the guy riding his camel across it. That's all it takes. It's just to be able to get a picture of it, and then you get the vibration, and the vibration's in there anyway from the person who did it. So once you know the story and then take the product, then you understand it and you understand the people. And like I was thinking for your place, I know I mentioned that the other day when we talked on the phone, like if you had, I know you don't want, it's difficult to have so many people coming and going up in the hills there, but if you had the exact painted, look exactly the same dispensary in the city of Santa Cruz, so that the people, once they've come to your place and seen your stuff, then they know they could reliably go to that little shop in the city, and you wouldn't have to, and pick up that exact Cambodian or that whatever without having to come out to the farm. That was just an idea. But you said there's just so many of them going bankrupt, and it's so hard with all the other rules.
And it gets weird, not to be like snobby or anything, but in some ways, sometimes you're trying to sell like Wagyu beef or caviar at Taco Bell. I mean, it's not like that. And some people aren't looking for that, but the people who are looking for it, it's want it. And just the internet and shipping, that's the whole beauty of the internet, is it connects people from around the world, and not just commerce, but that connection. And you can have that.
It's a godsend to small business, right? Because you don't need to produce a lot, but you have, even if in every community in the world, there are very few people who appreciate what you do. If the whole world is now what you can tap into, you'll find enough people to buy all your inventory.
Yeah, and other people would be doing, in Emerald Triangle inside, or just Nevada County, just anywhere where weed can be grown really well and be in a pristine sort of environment and such. This model could work for so many people. And then as far as once nationwide is available, it would really be an asset for California for the big long-term picture. If somebody had some leadership skills and some fucking vision.
Well, all right. So as I think of California, so Nicole Elliott stepped down, right?
Yes.
Is she gone?
She's totally gone. And by the way, are you aware of a special investigator for the DCC's resignation letter written to Nicole Elliott? It was written in 2021. And the letter was, because I think someone got it as a public records request, because it went straight to Nicole Elliott. And it was a special investigator for the DCC. And this email resignation letter, it may come out publicly. It was touched on the LA Times, and a few other articles touched on it, but you really don't get the gravity of it unless you read the entire email. And this was actually an Afghanistan military veteran who came back from, I think, a few years, maybe maybe even 18 years, I'll have to look at it again, of military service, then actually, I think wanted to be a part of cannabis legalization, but put their skills into being a special investigator for the DCC. And this person resigned because of what they saw was so basically corrupt. I can't, and that the state seeming to be complicit in mass illicit diversion and inversion with no repercussions. In fact, a lot of those people involved actually getting licenses and such like. So if you read the letter, it is just absolutely jaw-dropping, stunning. Yes, there it is. I leave the role questioning.
Don't.
Oh, goddamn. Goddamn.
You didn't pay your $18.
This is the exact letter. And at some point, I think this whole entire letter is going to come out into the public. But right there, that special investigator is saying, I can't be a part of this. I'm concerned for my own legal liability, that they are being involved in a criminal illicit drug ring, sort of being enabled by the state themselves, and that there appears to be a pay-to-play system. It's not just neurotic, paranoid
Jeff.
conspiracy stuff. This is a special
It's
investigator.
not conspiracy theorist Jeff.
And I'm not the one who found this document. It's been flowing, and Paige in her LA.
Well, do we know the name of the person who resigned, or is that
yeah, that's it right now. I think it's redacted and such, but this person actually went off and went to law school because of their experience. So it's going to be interesting where they go with.
I would love to bring this person on and talk to him about.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they're trying to move past that, or if they're it's kind of one of these things that when you see it, and I haven't hardly seen anything, but with this medical patient shipping bill that we did, it was kind of my ticket into the belly of the beast of Sacramento to see what's going on and why everything seems so fucked up.
Big sack.
And
The sausage making is a
and
gruesome act.
and got in, and it's not just that it's tough, and it's like, wait a minute, this isn't about
That's
tough or smarts. This is just might makes right. And
it's horrific.
Whoever's got the money, it's just like, if you've got the money, you've got basically the nukes. You win. And I wasn't meaning to go onto this on this stream.
No, I love it. I'm down.
But here's
It's
here's
all
what's
part
going
of the
on.
deal, man. This is all part of the scene,
Yeah,
Because we're
and-
going backwards. I mean, I think for me, that's kind of the like it. Actually, California was really good for a little period of time, and then it just
the 215 days were amazing, and this was like a vision of like this new sort of utopia, not fantasy utopia, but like, hey, yeah, this is
mom and pops
Yeah.
as far as the eye can see,
And-
thousands and
and
thousands
happy
of
and
little
thriving, and
and medical patient freedom, and this is really a civil liberties. This is a freedom movement. Who's to say how we can recreate if we don't want to sit there and just drool on ourselves watching TV all night, but we want to smoke some weed and go on a hike or play guitar or watch TV while you're high? Why is that?
or do all three.
Yeah. Why is that?
The day is long.
Yeah, why is that illegal? This is our brand. If we're not hurting anyone, why not? So that and that's what California seemed to be building up to, telling that story and really freeing people, especially medical patients and such like that. And then, but obviously, 215 got a little loopholed and exploited and gamed for, some people really took advantage of a well-intended program and exploited it, and not everything was great, but there were ways to put guardrails on that and keep the spirit of 215 now in a legal framework. But so what happened, I don't want to keep coming back to this medical shipping bill, but it really was put your cards on the table, force your hand, show your true colors. And what happened was every single legislator, every senator, every assembly member in the entire state of California voted yes. And there wasn't one group who formally opposed it, just because you look like a dick if you're against medical patients too. So, but we had some Republican types and such like that, conservative, who say, I vote no on everything cannabis, but on this one, this
seems reasonable.
Something that we want to support. If we're going to do legal cannabis, then yeah, let's make sure the medical patients are taken care of. So it got all the way to the governor's desk, zero opposition, 100% yes votes. And it was served up on a silver platter, just going, this is our culture. This is our Prop 2.
Was this something that was buried in another bill, or was it its own thing that he could unilaterally vote on this or
its
say yes or no?
Standalone bill, just a la carte. This is what, and and he vetoed it, and the reasons, I don't, gets into technical stuff, but they were all completely fake reasons, like actual false statements that
we need to get someone who worked at the like this person who quit to just dish the dirt on like what's going on behind the scenes
to keep this from happening. Yeah,
I think the thing is there's a script and there's a line, is that the whole goal of this is to get rid of all the small farmers. Right,
but it got to Newsom's desk. So was it like was it Nicole Elliott intercepting it? Was it Gavin Newsom already knew he didn't want it because he has people who he's already taking care of their interests? Like this is the light that needs to be shined, is because right now we have this vague blame. But it'd be cool to be able to be like, it was specifically like Nicole Elliott who, or Gavin or like some lobbyist got in his ear, or who was that person?
And this is the problem with Sacramento. There's things that happen behind closed doors,
right?
Where you never. But here were the groups who had the opposition, but they didn't have the guts or the courage to formally write it down, because they knew they would be against medical patients, and knew they'd be against. It's a horrible look. They would look like the worst, just whatever, just trolls of just full self-interest, even to the detriment of sick children.
They would be viewed as the worst of humanity.
Yes.
The ungrateful swine of
yeah. So
by the rest of humanity.
Okay. So the folks who were not stoked about this, but didn't want to say it publicly. So I'm just going to say this. So these were the folks who were not excited about it.
The retailers.
UFCW union. They were like, we're supposed to have 20,000 retail bud tenders working in retail shops by now. We don't have them. we used our political capital to get Prop 64 passed, and where's our 20, 30, 40,000 new members that were going to be skimming their paychecks?
Yeah.
So with this,
our racket can't grow.
So
where's our cut?
So anything that could potentially take one single bud tender union job, we're absolutely opposed to this. So UFCW hated it. Strangely, right after the veto, the head of UFCW hunted me down and sent me an email to try and be my buddy all of a sudden, which is very strange, very odd.
Was he looking for envelopes or what?
I'm not kidding. All of a sudden, I got an email from out of nowhere of, we want to figure out how we can help you. Okay.
Yeah.
But then, but also there's a big trade group called CACOA, Cannabis Operator, California Cannabis Operators. That's basically mainly retail chains, and there's some very interesting people on that board who are deeply invested in very large scale manufacturing products, also involved in retail franchise, and kind of have this. So anyway, CACOA, they wrote a support letter at the last minute, but
with
and
no
they have access. So I can't say 100%. Anyway,
But let's say it's all these groups are like, we're gonna block this, but we obviously like, who are they then approaching? Who's getting Newsom to say, I'm going to veto this, right? Like, are they getting in Nicole's ear? Are they getting in Newsom's ear directly? Are they getting in? Is their lobbyist a friend of, like, was Nicole agnostic until someone got in her ear, or did she?
Okay, so here's, so again, this is all, this is just my take on things.
Right. So and eventually we want someone who can give us answers to these questions.
So here's the thing. DCC is having a tough time regulating anything. So they probably, and I'm just speaking in stereotypical terms, where have you found a bureaucrat who's like, awesome, more complicated programs for us to regulate and go out there and use our initiative and go make the world a better place. And I'm willing to spend even more of my time to make the world a better place.
Yeah, that's the argument for them wanting like 4 operators they can manage.
It's very expensive and a lot of time, and they have to go stay in hotels to go drive up into the hills in Humboldt and everything to go inspect them. They don't want to be doing that.
Got to wade your way through all that wine.
Sounds like heaven. Imagine any one of us would like, I get paid to go hang out on all the farms in Santa Cruz, Humboldt, Trinity, Mendocino, Grass Valley.
But if you look at California, if the governor thinks his job of being the governor is being the CEO of California Incorporated, where his job is to maximize tax revenue and minimize cost, and you look at this on a spreadsheet, all these small mom and pop businesses are not generating the tax revenue. So it'd be a lot more efficient if this is California Incorporated to just create 10 big mega MSOs who now make huge political donations, and they can just, and we can just go, we're all friends with them. We don't even have to go really inspect them. And we can lay off half the DCC staff. And then we just have, 10 big operators who then are unionized, and the whole machine just sits there and they kind of like just scratch each other's back, and the pesky little small family farms are just an annoying drag on their machine.
That's it. And that way they can keep all the enforcement in effect as well. Then you got the police going around looking for everybody on the back roads, growing a little bit on the farms and so on, while having their cake and eating it too. And that's it.
It's corporate consolidation. Just wants all the, all the small mom and pop hardware stores gone. Just put up a Home Depot, done.
Yeah, put up a mall.
And the same thing.
But
going
there are you
but
saying
that whole
like
thing's going online too.
Nicole's team was coming to Gavin and saying, Gavin, if you pass this thing, we're gonna have to work really hard.
Well,
and Gavin was like, well, I want you guys to be happy, so I'm gonna reject it.
I don't think it was much of a bureaucracy push as I think it was retailers just really not wanting to see. They were like, we're the entitled ones.
But so who was there? How about this? Who is the like main lobbyist who represents the retailers in Sacramento? Like, is it a specific company and they have like the dude who's their guy?
You want to know the names?
Yeah, this is what I'm trying. This is why I want the person who wrote that resignation letter to come on.
I'm going to get myself in so much trouble.
Just a second. I'm going to get another joint for this one.
Buckle up, Dwight.
Okay. So, and again, I'm not accusing anyone of everything. I'm not accusing anyone of anything, and everybody's.
We're hypothesizing and speculating.
You know what I mean? And then there's an attorney who's hired to defend someone who's done terrible things. So their job is to defend their client, and it's kind of a weird thing where you're an attorney and you're given a pass for representing totally vile,
terrible people
things. But then we say, but that's your job. And so when you're a lobbyist who's representing the interests of your corporation that wants to consolidate and monopolize the industry and destroy the fabric of society by turning everything into giant corporate consolidated industrial factory farms.
Make corporate cannabis.
So, okay. So if you want to see who some of these people are, and I'm not saying this personally, because some of these people are cordial, nice folks, I guess. I don't know. And to tell you the truth, in Sacramento, the lobbyist I was working with said basically their day is spent smiling and being friendly to people you fucking hate while trying not to throw up into your mouth while you're talking to them and get through the meeting. That's your skill set. It
takes a certain kind of toughness.
That's if you have a moral compass. If you don't have a moral, if you're one of those people, you're probably just like, this is my jam, right? I have no morals. I like money. I like power.
It's kind of like the country club. The really she mega
Judge Smales
club or a homeowners association. So they all want to be in the homeowners association. They want to be in the gated community and feel special to be in. But then once the gate closes, then they all fucking hate each other and are all like ratting each other out about the color of their mailbox or the height of their
trying
grass.
To squeeze each other out. Then.
My mom wants to cut a tree and gets annoyed.
So it's kind of like, but so they all kind of hate each other, and Game of Thrones are taking out each other, and and they're taking out legislation that would help, like, babies, but they are against it because that lobbyist they have beef with from 5 years ago, so they're happy to sabotage each other. It's like Game of Thrones. Just insanity,
but billions and billions of dollars. These people that, like you were saying the other day, this is one of the biggest economies on earth.
There's money on the table. They're fighting for money.
but they're in a gated community. So their number one priority is to stay and build their
Keep it in the
power
family.
in the club.
And they're going to have to interact with all these same people over and over and over and over.
That's exactly it. So the number one priority is to maintain their status within the club.
And currency.
Don't get, because God forbid you get kicked out of the club, then you're like all the fucking idiot actual civilians who actually live in this state that they're making the rules.
In the mess you made.
But it's not this was just my take on it, you know, of just being there and interacting and such like that. But it's like a Game of Thrones country club where it is so far removed from the reality of the people that this legislation and such is affecting, but that's not really their number one priority. It's more to build their status in the club, and then as lobbyists is to get clients and to move
that's why I think in Congress they should have to feel the pain of their own. Like when they take healthcare away, like Congress should no longer have healthcare. When they can't pass funding for federal employees, it's like that includes your Congress paycheck too.
Yeah, and here's the weird thing too: if you're a lobbyist fighting for something that maybe you believe in your heart of hearts, but are you going to die on the hill for that cause if it burns a relationship with a future
another cause you feel more passionately
legislator about, or for your career? So if you really go to the mats and really fight for something you believe in as a lobbyist and really, really are willing to die on the hill for that cause, but it's going to burn your relationship with 3 legislators that next year on another bill you're going to be working on that may have nothing to do with this, are you going to really go the distance to fight for that cause? And the answer is usually they'll horse trade away that cause for their long-term.
Yeah, this would be career. Good too.
It's a really, really, really bizarre dynamic. And I think at this point, I mean, and this isn't just in California, it's probably pretty much everywhere at this point. But it's
actually, you know who we could bring on is one of the state assembly members who's pro cannabis, to be like, how, in your opinion, how did it get to Newsom's desk and then get rejected?
Well,
who, Arnold? You can bring Arnold on. He must know.
Here's
actually,
you want to
yes.
Here's something really weird. Okay, so it got vetoed last year. The actual assembly member who carried it last year wanted to do it again because he really believed in it.
Who is the assembly member?
His name's Assembly Member Patrick Ahrens.
Arens?
Ahrens. And he really resonated with this because he had a twin, and this is public information. He's spoken about it, so I'm not violating his privacy. I'm trying to, yes. So he is the person who picked up our bill last year and was very passionate about it, and actually drew some lines when some folks who were kind of opposed to the bill wanted to change the bill and then make it like define only certain ailments and such, like you can only provide this for like 5 ailments. And it's like, wait a minute, now we're going to get into like HIPAA ailment definitions and such. Are you fucking nuts? And then they wanted to make it where you could only ship if there wasn't a dispensary within 60 miles of your house. But And then we were going to have to do map schematics. So like only like 10 people in all of California would qualify, because there was, you know, if you did a radius of every dispensary, no one would qualify. So, and then that the patient would have to actually drive to 3 different dispensaries and check them off the list that they didn't have the product that they were looking for. And it's like, why are you torturing these poor families who've been dealt this hand? The whole point of legalization of cannabis was to make sure, as a cornerstone foundational principle, that the patients were the priority. We take care of them first, then we can go off, have our fun. Then you can go on your Ferrari quest. But if the patients aren't being taken care of, the whole justification for this movement, if you abandon them and fuck them over and they're not getting taken care of, then we've built a whole industry that's got a rotten foundation. There's no, not to be woo-woo, but there's no guiding principle of that we're making the world a better place, or that we're doing anything good to help humanity here. This is just a pure greed fest at this point. So let's reel it in here. Let's get back to our priorities and make sure,
and shame people publicly.
Yeah, and make sure the medical
and frequently. Now that's always been, yeah.
But it's what ended up happening.
That's why I'm trying to tease out names of people we can either bring on to talk, or who we should scrutinize more and dig down.
If you really want to go deep on this stuff, I'm happy to talk about it, because I find it really interesting, and I kind of find this to be like crossroads, pinch points on where the industry is going. You know, the industry is part of a movement, but now the movement's kind of dead, and now it's just a runaway ghost train of just industry greed without any guiding principles or vision. And
that's why I became disillusioned and kind of checked out. Like when I did that event, it was trying to help small operators. I did an event on packaging down here in LA where I had an expert on packaging compliance give free advice to all the small mom and pop operators before because people got crippled from that. And then just kind of saw that, no, this is just going to get shittier and more corporate, like MedMen. And
it was interesting. That event actually had Flocana there too, which was, and by the way, the whole Flocana subject's very interesting.
I want your perspective on that. Were you ever one of their farms?
Here's what's interesting. They actually reached out to me about our tinctures, and we're about to pick up our tinctures in 2019.
On consignment?
We didn't even get to quite that point. And then all of a sudden, the dude I was talking to about that, all of a sudden he was like, hey man, never mind. We just got laid off. Like 50 of us just got laid off. But the whole Flocana thing is very interesting, because when you trace that, it basically goes back to most of their funding came from Altria Philip Morris. So it goes Altria Philip Morris to Kronos Group.
Kronos is who I was like trying to remember the name.
And then the Kronos Group funded Gotham Green.
Gotham Green and MedMen.
And they have the whole portfolio of like Old Pal, MedMen, Grow Generation, Flocana. And then they have a whole strategy of activist board members. There's a whole nother thing going on with companies where they invest, but then they get members on the board, and then the board,
so they can take it over,
and then they actually kick out the original founders of the company and get them voted off the board and shit. It's fucking, it's
yeah. Now I remember I remember calling MedMen out when they would. I had people film and send me the videos of MedMen would send their mobile trucks around other dispensaries and like stand outside their doors offering like first time discounts to MedMen, like just trying to poach everybody else's customers. And I thought that was really shitty.
Yeah, it's there's a way that you could look at the industry as we're all kind of like fishermen or fisher people, to not be gender specific. We're all fishing, and we have different spots, different niches. You've got your zone. You've got some who are running the big trawlers, whatever, commercial. Some people have little niche markets and such. And that's all cool. We all respect we're all doing our thing, but unfortunately there's this mindset now of total dominance where you have to come in and fucking burn every small little fisherman's boats to the ground,
gobble up all the market share,
all their fish, and be the one mega troller.
Well, so when we talk capital, all right. So my thing with capitalism and public companies is they're sociopathic. A company, if we're calling them a person, is basically sociopathically focused on shareholder value and continuously growing profits. Where like a mom and pop is, I make $400,000 a year and I live somewhere with not much expenses. Like I could work harder and make more or grow, but like I'm happy, right? And if you had millions of people like that, but those companies, like even at the early stage investment level, like they're promising future returns that are spectacular, and the only way to get those spectacular gains is if you crush everybody else. And then you have each company with that same mindset, whether they're big or freshly capitalized, of like, we have to destroy everybody who's even remotely doing something similar to what we do.
Yeah, and it's not even competition anymore. It's dominance. Like we need to dominate and crush.
Market share at all costs. Yeah.
Yeah, and every crumb, there shouldn't be a crumb left on the table. We need to, and it's yeah. So anyway, by the way, I am gonna have to get going. But okay, if you want to do just some research on who is influential in Sacramento, and I'm not saying this as dirt. I'm not saying this shit talking. This is not witch hunt, but these are realities of people who wield a lot of influence in Sacramento that you need to be aware of what's going on. So there's the big retail trade group is CACOA, CACOA. It's California Cannabis Operators Alliance. And they are a spinoff from CCIA.
Okay.
They had their schism meltdown. I mean, all these folks.
Well, that's what I was saying. I got such a bad taste from CCIA after some kind of I think it was, I want to say her last name was Robinson or something, or
Woodson?
No, it was a woman. It'll come back to me, but I just found these guys. This is what you're talking about, right?
Okay, and this, so this is a very powerful group in Sacramento, and you can look up who they are. You can look up their team, and you're also going to see some very interesting contradiction.
Interesting.
So who you just highlighted there, you're going to see actually that there's two. Okay, and there's your lobbyists. Okay, and then here's another interesting thing to be aware of. The head lobbyist for UFCW, the union. So by the way, UFCW is going to have some issues.
Oh wow, it's all the okay.
They're going to have some issues because labor peace agreements are probably going to be declared unconstitutional in they were declared unconstitutional in Oregon last year, and probably it's going to happen this year in California. So these pre-labor peace agreements that all cannabis operators have to sign, because what's really going on is they're actually limiting the employee's right to choose their union. Because if you go to work for a cannabis operator and they want to unionize, they're already locked into who that labor peace agreement was signed with. So it actually stifles
choice
of the actual. No one's talking about the actual.
The unions don't have to compete with each other to offer the most benefit to their members.
They're locking in a funnel that if the employee wants to unionize, they have to go to that union. It's a very bizarre thing, and it's unconstitutional, and those are getting struck down. But anyway, here's the interesting thing is, so the lobbyists for UFCW stopped working at UFCW this year and suddenly became the lobbyist for Embark, which is one of these very large retail franchise who, if you look at their staff and everything, they are deeply embedded with lobbyists and politics and the whole.
So Embark is retail in the same way that Catalyst is retail. They have a whole bunch of locations. Okay.
Yes. And
I'd like to talk about Catalyst next.
Well, and by the way, full disclosure. So I'm going to say this. So here's the thing. Catalyst, they are on Cocoa. They are heavily invested in the Blockbuster video model. If I could.
And being the Starbucks of that model with the number of locations it seems like they want to have.
Okay. Here's the thing. If I could give unsolicited advice, I would say, if you really want to be way ahead of the gang and be innovators and thought leaders and everything, why don't you start teaming up with some of these small operators and start working where your retail shop could actually be a shipping fulfillment hub, and you get ahead of the curve. You realize your Blockbuster video is going to be toast at some point. Do you want Amazon to come in and crush you, or do you want to get way ahead of the game where we still have our nice little California bubble that we could maybe actually build out infrastructure before the Amazons and such take over and crush everything? And by the way, Amazon is not union, so that this would not be in the interest of the Teamsters, who's another huge cannabis union. Why not work something out where UPS could be the preferred shipper who is Teamster, and let's work out our own little California bubble and work out a really equitable direction.
There's enough meat for all the unions to.
So let's get ahead of the curve instead of trying to stifle innovation and where the consumers are and how consumers want to shop. Let's bring that to them, and some of these retailers could be a part of that solution. So we have like BevMo and things like that who now do shipping of alcohol, but we also have small wineries who can ship direct, and they're not taking each other out. They're very different customer demographics. But I do want to say here in massive defense of Catalyst. So I hope I'm not getting in trouble or burning any bridges here. Catalyst was not stoked. They were concerned. They had fears, and I think it's a legitimate fear that if we open the shipping floodgates and the way that the DCC is regulating things, who can't regulate shit, that it could get carried away, become the Wild West, and all of a sudden the THCA, Delta 9 and everything are now exploiting the shipping. I think we put really, really excellent guardrails on our shipping bill to keep it just medical. Like you had to be a medical retailer. We had very specific, very small, clearly defined products that were not recreational. It was more tinctures, topicals. We did have flour and seeds and such, but there were guardrails. But okay, so I have to say this. So I appreciate Catalyst because here's what I think this is cool of them. They said, we're very concerned about this, but if the number one concern is getting more medical products throughout California, because what's happening is all the dispensaries are finding that it's not economically viable to carry specialized medical products because none of the patients are clustered in one physical location. So they'll buy specialty medical products.
You might sell one every 2 months.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily someone's fault necessarily. It's just the logistics and the system and architecture doesn't address the situation of the medical patients and where they are. So shipping supports that. But Catalyst said, we support your concept. So we'd like to be a part of that. In a way, you could say they were placating me or subduing me, but they said we would be happy to pick up your products and see if we can help have those on the shelf because we have a large footprint. So we have a larger network geographically that some of these people could then maybe access instead of having to drive 3 hours to a shop that still carries a particular tincture. So they had the decency, the respect to just be transparent and express their concerns and offer some sort of solution. So I have gratitude for them, respect for them. I don't necessarily agree with everything, but it's kind of like when countries meet and they're representing their own interest. It doesn't mean that you have to disrespect each other and diss each other and then crush each other and then go knife each other behind the back when the doors are closed. So they were very upfront and clear and transparent about their concerns and offered at least some sort of way to try and help the cause. And at the same time, let's be honest, their whole motto, weed for the people, but you're against medical patient access. That's not a good look.
Well, all right. So my only main question for Elliot is it seems like he keeps acquiring more stores and locations. So it's kind of like, when have you scaled? Like, are you going to have an insatiable appetite to scale? Or like, it seems like he's trying to get huge, unless I'm totally misreading what Catalyst
I have no
is.
idea what his end game is or anything at all. And he's a retailer and they're huge investors. But at the same time, I don't know the psychology. I don't want to project onto him, but I think they dropped Stizzy, right? I think they did because maybe there was a business calculation, but there was also sort of some ethical situations going on there too.
Right.
So I don't know. Again, I don't want to get into trouble and speculate and project or anything, but I can say we actually, our products are now on, and we didn't have any Southern California presence at all. That was one of the challenges, is we have all these people in Southern California asking for our type of medical we make, like a raw CBDA, THCA, THCV, and then we're not using distillate. So we're doing like whole plant olive oil infusions, which most people agree that I'm not claiming that I'm some master alchemist who's created this formula. We're just soaking really good weed in olive oil, period. And we're just keeping it whole plant.
Yeah, I still have some old.
What is that?
Like,
oh, Fiddler's Greens?
Yeah.
Are they still around?
No. But I still have the packaging.
Well, there were folks who were doing these kind of
yeah, that was great.
Features.
Yeah,
and for financial dynamics, not many of them were able to
make it.
And our kind of secret was we were a micro business, and we just stayed small and hyper local and didn't get overextended. And so we're still standing, but things could be better. But anyway, so that's kind of our hope with working with Catalyst. Now it's not a huge money make. These are not the things that fly off the shelf. But now when I get an email of, hey, I live in San Diego, I'd like to have access, or I used to take your product when I lived in Bay Area, but now I can't find it here and I really need it for so-and-so condition. Now we have a place where we can refer someone that's, in their area where they could go pick it up. So that's kind of a solution. And so I just want to say I appreciate them where pretty much everyone else who's in a power position said, oh yeah, we love medical patients. We appreciate that and everything. We'll even write a flowery support letter. And then they go run off behind closed doors and say, you need to fucking kill this. So I have zero respect for that situation. And Catalyst did not play that game. They were very upfront and actually went out of their way to try and at least, you could say, was this just damage control for being against the medical patient access bill? But I really take it sincerely that they wanted to try and provide. And by the way, I don't think they had the power to overrule the entire trade group. As you can see, the members there who, also pretty much everyone else was opposed to it. And would rather just kill it quietly behind closed doors. So anyway, that's my thing, I think. And I just have respect for what Elliot's doing, is speaking his truth and just going out there, because there's a lot of people who just cowardly just kind of just take this shit and don't say anything about it, or end up joining Team Sacramento Country Club and just become a part of that toxic machine. And I'm just not seeing them doing that. And they're
the biggest douche at the country club. in a world full of douches, to become the douchiest.
Yeah. So anyway, and I don't see them as wanting to be, I don't know. I don't want to project and get into their psychology, but I really think they just want to do their thing, have the freedom to do their thing. And I don't think they mean ill towards anyone else. And I don't think it pisses them off that somebody else might be making sales here and there that they're not getting a piece of. But there are other entities out there that I think have ill will towards small farmers, towards competition, or a lot of these retailers. We saw that off the charts CEO who was laughing and bragging about how he doesn't pay small vendors because they're going out of business anyway. Hey, I saved hundreds of thousands of dollars.
That was the Donald Trump model in New Jersey.
Yeah. So I don't know. with Catalyst, I'm not getting.
Sorry to interrupt, man, but I'm going to have to check out.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
Dwight, for jumping on.
Yeah, I got
All
a
right,
meeting.
Dwight.
I got to go to. It's nice to see you. I'm sorry.
Real
Thanks very much
good
for having
seeing
me
you.
on. Talk to you again soon, Jeff.
All right, definitely be in touch. Have a good one. I got to get going too. I've probably said way too much.
See you, Dwight.
But that's what trying to figure out.
No, I mean, in my head, I mean, even conversations like this, and then like I always push back on you because I feel like you're like a wet noodle of chastising bad actors, and you're apologizing profusely. And I'm like, dude, you don't need to, like, I want to start shining a light. I mean, that's what I've always felt is the most effective, is to shine the light on cockroaches the activity and behavior and who's doing it of people who definitely do not want their activity or behavior. They wouldn't do it if they knew it was public.
That's exactly. And so the folks that you're already aware of, and again, not trying to witch hunt or anything like that, but the most influential, powerful forces in Sacramento that have the ear of the governor are cozy with DCC, and can show up at legislators' offices and really influence things. You definitely want to be aware of CCIA. COCOA is absolutely huge.
So sorry, CCIA is still going strong?
Yeah, I don't really know. They've kind of, I don't know who's still with them. It's Akiva is still CCIA. So there was some separation there. And then UFCW, I don't know if they've just given up on cannabis. I don't know if they even have a new lobbyist at this point.
It is still around.
Yeah, so there's that, and then there's some very bizarre stuff, and I don't want to get too wacko, but I am pretty darn convinced,
I know, Josh,
at this point that there are. I think California and the whole cannabis industry scene is crawling with operatives, corporate operatives, foreign government operative. You got to remember, this is 50.
Who will do? Go ahead.
There's very sophisticated, and you're aware of the concept of controlled opposition.
Yep.
Okay, so how do you keep the small farmers from actually really getting organized and really having a vision that makes sense? Is if you create a trade group that claims to represent the small farmers, get the small farmers to put all their energy into that, and then you just go off on these bullshit tangent projects and campaigns that really won't manifest or really actually benefit anyone.
Are we speaking about an actual trade group?
Yeah.
Which one's that?
Okay. So I'm going to say something very interesting. Have you followed the Appalachian program at all?
This is another thing where, like, years ago I was all into it and kind of lost touch.
Okay.
And
does it make any sense to you that this is in the best interest of the small farmers to now allow for single farm appellations? One farm could petition to create
to have just my farm as the entire designated zone,
all for themselves. Who would that benefit? A little tiny small farmer or a giant MSO?
Well, I was going to say the little farmer probably wouldn't have the budget to get that appellation designated, but the big farm would, and then they could just call their whole Santa Barbara.
Or Emerald, like you set up a 100-acre farm in Humboldt, and now you can wrap all your labeling and marketing as Humboldt Heritage Legacy.
I had so many, so like the ICFA, and I don't know if that's who you're talking about, but International Cannabis Farmers Association. But we, I remember this is pre-COVID, but just conversation. My questions for them was, how do you all in the cannabis world who are going to designate what gets designated apple, or like all these words that carry weight, right? And that you have to earn by doing things a certain way. My questions were like, what percentage native soil do you need to be growing in, right? Like, or if you're growing, like, you hopefully in the past couple of years have found plants that you want to keep growing year after year that's going to acclimate itself to your environment, versus someone who's growing the flavor of the month this season, next season growing, is that appellation? Like, what's if they're growing it in bag soil,
to tell you the truth,
so I had lots of questions.
Okay, the appellation thing, cannabis is an annual plant. It's not, you're not committing 50-year vines to a place. You're changing your strain. Like, show me a farmer who grows the same cultivar year after year using the exact same soil mix and everything. That's grapes. That's First of all, they're trying to force somehow cannabis, an annual plant that is grown, constantly changing the different cultivars or strains, whatever we want to call them, such like that. So first of all, it's kind of a stretch to even try and do the whole appellation thing with cannabis, in my opinion. Now, there are certain regions that just have, the perfection climate for finishing off plants that will have unique expressions and such like that. So, okay, fine. Maybe there's, and then that gets into the appellation. Well, can you really do that at 100-acre scale? Should we then limit this to only an acre or less? So these are conversations that would be reflective of an actual artisan craft.
Just quickly, in the wine world, I don't know who the big vineyards is. Mondavi a vineyard owner as well that has massive scale of vineyards? Like, are they?
I don't know 100%, but okay. Here's what it gets down to, though: is appellation. Why would anyone want to do an appellation? Appellation is a marketing scheme. It's a marketing ploy, you could say. So, and then when you get into appellation, now you're in legal rights and ownership, where you can sue other people and shut people down from claiming,
we're calling it champagne,
that region and such. So this is really a corporate, well-funded way to monopolize and control the market by owning. So you own patents, you own rights to things, you own branding, you own copyrights, so it's really, in my opinion, it is a marketing ownership. And when all of a sudden you're allowed to have one farm, unlimited size, there's a very real scenario that 100-acre out-of-town farm funded by international hedge funds,
Chinese cartel.
or whoever. I mean, there's Middle East money flowing. This is $100 billion industry.
No, we had Brandon Rust was talking about a Chinese operation that was busted in Oklahoma, and he's been taking greenhouses off that property and coming across like what do you call it? Like where's all the like the dump, right? But on a property where they dug holes out and just like plastic bottles, and then once it fills up, they just throw dirt on top.
Yeah. So that's like organized crime cartelly, but in legal world, your appellation. So it would allow
corporate
an MSO to set up 100-acre farm and then claim legacy, heritage, Humboldt grown or such, for an example.
It's like people who get to butcher organic as a title.
And then the question is, how does that benefit the small farmers who are actually from that region? So I'm just going to say there was just a big like public comments sort of hearing with the Department of Ag over this appellation thing. And now what's happening. So I'm just going to say it. Origins Council, they were taking the position that the state needs to adopt single farm appellations. On that public comments hearing, the small farmer, the actual real small farmers from Humboldt, from Nevada County and others, almost all the small farmers were like, no, we don't want single farm petitions. We want a minimum of 3, with only the exception of if you're a small farm who's just way out in the middle of nowhere where you have no neighbors. Then under that special situation, you could, if you wanted to do an appellation because there's no other neighbors, then yes. But as far as just letting a single farm apply for an appellation, who's well funded, by the way, it's going to cost 100, 150, 200,000 to get that appellation, go through that whole petition process. But if a single farm can do that and basically on their own, and then claim that region to the detriment of the other small farmers who also inhabit that region, who can no longer claim any of that on any of their branding. So then the question is, Origins Council, the small farmers you claim to represent are saying we don't want this, but Origins Council is saying we want this against the will of the small farmers. Who are they working for?
Right.
And are we looking at a controlled opposition corporate funded group that's actually a fake? There's a thing called AstroTurf groups, fake grassroots organizations where nefarious corporations who don't have a great reputation. It's kind of like if ExxonMobil wants to create a refinery in a sensitive habitat area, the first thing ExxonMobil does is creates Friend of the Salamanders environmental group in that area.
So it controls the people are like, oh, we got to join the Friends of the Salamander.
They're like, oh, we did all these studies that the salamanders, they fucking love diesel fuel. They'll actually
they eat that shit
thrive. And then you have a bunch of scientific reports, and then you get politicians to come to your thing, and all of a sudden you're now the voice in Sacramento for the salamanders or for that sensitive habitat zone. And then the politician goes, oh, well, if Friends of the Salamanders thinks this is great, and then all of a sudden the environmentalists who live there, who are just single people, individuals, how do they communicate in Sacramento? As they just sound like a Looney Tunes person writing a single letter from their house saying, we're concerned about the salamanders, but then it provides political cover, and there's a whole strategy of controlled opposition, astroturf, fake groups. And what would be really interesting is some of these trade groups who claim to represent the farmers, but a lot of them are not. The people who run them are not farmers. And then there's a big question: where did these people even come from? Like, where's your resume? Where'd you go to school? Where'd you go to high school? Is that really your name? Like, who are you, and why should we even or listening to you?
In their case, what do you speculate is the organization behind creating a group like that?
So I'm just going to tell you a fact. Origins Council was started with a $50,000 donation from Flo Kana, which we've now confirmed was basically Philip Morris Altria money flowing in. And so part of the whole strategy, the way that I'm sort of seeing this, is the whole strategy, and this is how it works. Usually it happens in other countries where, like the US or some imperialist wants a resource. So how do you go to like the Congo and get all their cobalt without just stealing it, right, and then causing an uprising? So you come in and you build schools, you bring some rice, you do some Peace Corps projects, you become their savior, and then you talk about all the wonderful community things that you're doing. So you spend $1 million giving these villages a school, a library, and things like that. Meanwhile, $20 billion worth of cobalt is getting loaded on boats and stolen basically from those people.
I'm just flashing back to like those Sarah McLachlan commercials.
Oh, like with the animals, or
the animals, and like the exploited kids in Africa, like, you know, all of a sudden like nonprofit corporations, you know, asking for donations to help these countries. And now I'm like, was all of that just to fund what you're talking about? Like
look at doTERRA. There was a whole doTERRA, the essential oils. There's a whole documentary about the frankincense, how they source frankincense from, I think it's Sudan, and such is where a lot of it comes from, and just how they completely duped and like ripped off it's not really farmers, but they go and scrape the trees and then the sap comes out, and they promised them, you know, double the pay and such, but then they never ended up paying them. They never built the school they were supposed to build for them and such. So there's kind of this, again, now I sound like crazy conspiracy guy, but if you look at it, it's a pattern of how you get the resources, but then the real value in California cannabis, by the way, is not necessarily just the cannabis. It's the story, it's the marketing, it's the reputation of California Emerald Triangle cannabis. So you don't want to piss off all the farmers and create this huge revolution where the whole story gets soured and tainted, because you want to use that for marketing.
Right.
So you want to, the trick,
and then put them out of business and start the mega farm.
So the whole trick is, how do you move in your 100-acre mega farm, destroy all the small family farms, extract all the resources, but then be able to wrap your crappy industrial cannabis product packaging with that story of the legacy, heritage, historic.
Well, and I swear they tried that once before, like right as like recreational legalization, or even like it might have been like right after 215 like turned into the next thing, but it was basically like they were bringing in or voting to bring in commercial cannabis, and there was this big like thing about, no, we need to protect all these small farmers, and they were like trying to set caps on licenses and how big the canopy licenses were. And then all of a sudden somebody, and I think I remember his name, I don't know if I should say it, basically just like pulled the rug out and started selling out to like big cannabis, and it completely just destroyed all the small farmers in California. And that
And
this just sounds like, oh, we fucked that up, we're gonna just rearrange it a little bit and hang on to the California legacy thing. But I haven't looked into like the
yeah,
Oregon Council, but I do know a little bit about the Appalachians movement.
and that seems to be like, yeah. So how do you steal the story, the resource, and there's actually a whole formula. And now we're in the phase of preservation and creating museums. So you turn the farmers who are there right now, they're alive, they're wanting to participate in the market right now, but now the push is to turn them into artifacts,
right,
and start
right,
creating
like
this,
a living history museum.
yeah, that
Yeah.
that it's a bygone era, and now you can come see the museum of these earth loving hippies like who used to, and it was like this interesting era in time that unfortunately just the way of civilization happens, that they just
Well,
couldn't
that now I
couldn't
feel
make
bad
it.
because we did this whole series on smugglers, and it is that same thing. It's almost like parading them out. Like, look at this relic of the cannabis scene that no longer exists.
And
And
it's like, we're here, we're all
yeah,
here,
yeah,
and we want to participate, and we need some market opportunities. The customers want it, we want to do it, we're going to be team players. We've given up the outlaw days and everything. We're willing to pay taxes, jump through the hoops and stuff like that. Just give us some market opportunities, and this can be a real benefit to the entire state of California and the whole California cannabis brand globally. And let's do something really beautiful that's inclusive. Like, we can have the big operators, but let's not drive all of our cool legacy operators who into extinction. But right now, it seems they really do want the small folks to go into extinction and just totally appropriate
yeah.
that
Well, and
marketing vibe. Yeah.
it's so cutthroat, and I don't fully understand the regulation side of it, but it's like the small farmers over there, and I'm in Colorado, so I really can't speak too much, but like the small farmers over there need their own coalition, their own union, their own, I don't like a solid gathered organization that can do the legal fight and really truly speak on behalf of all the farmers, because that's what it seems like. Is there's always an organization that pops up like saying they're for the farmers, and then it doesn't happen.
No,
It's
it's
set up
part
to
of the
keep you
strategy.
guys from collecting.
But and even if something starts with good motives, right? Like unions conceptually start with good motives or anything, but then when the
Exactly.
people on top are like, I could get paid more, and like that feels good to get paid more, and
Hey, I'm stating completely factual information right now. I'm not witch hunting, and I'm not being mean. Cal Normal, who are their sponsors? I went to Cal Normal Lobby Day. Sponsors: Glass House, Kiva, Off the Charts, the guy who laughs about ripping off small farmers or small operators. And then also Dutchie. Dutchie is one of the big point of sale systems. Yeah, go to one of the lobby days. Try and pull up their
Where do you? I'm overwhelmed with all the links.
I
Yeah.
know.
Maybe in the search, type in lobby day.
Man, even back in the early 2000s, I had an eyebrow raised over normal. It just seemed too.
Maybe, yeah.
Go back.
Do the 2020. Oh, 2025. Yeah, click on that, and then scroll down, see if you can find the sponsors. Keep going. I think they have their logos on it.
It's a very long article. I think that's the end of it.
Okay. Well, anyway.
Sponsors. Here we go.
Grow Wise.
We can ask Omar. I like Omar.
Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, so scroll up.
Glass House.
Or you know what? I just was cleaning up some stuff. Yeah. So this is from my lobby day 25. But yeah, you can see Glass House. What else? The year before, I know for a fact, it was Glass House, Kiva, Dutchy, and off the chart. So 2024, that's who they're. And I'm not going after that, but here's the reality. Cal Normal got all their membership dues and stuff from people to legalize cannabis. Cannabis is legal now. So are people still sending them money to legal?
Right.
So now what do? They
advocate.
And then can get even
big
weirder.
Checks.
Can get even weirder. So if you're a big MSO and you want to
Sway.
drive policy or legislation, you kind of look like a dick if you're a giant gummy company that's pushing for some legislation that will give you a monopoly on gummy making or something. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a little more warm and fuzzy and palatable if you run that money through an advocacy group and say, oh, this is great for consumers. Consumers want a giant gummy monopoly.
Well, and that's what everybody I think that's the whole the concepts and the brands. That's what everybody refers to as big cannabis. When you start using like big cannabis, it means there are corporations funneling money to sway political charge.
What's the company in Florida?
Oh, True Leaf?
Yeah, True Leaf.
Dude, True Leaf, they're the ones, by the way, who are pushing Schedule 3. Their lobbyist actually is related to whatever her name, Susie Wild, who's Trump's chief of staff. I mean,
that woman's a scary woman.
Well, and they also in Florida, they were lobbying super hard for zero home grow and
like
really
the
high
female Stephen Miller
of entry. And this is who's now driving the Schedule 3 conversation at the federal level. And by the way, at the exact same time as the Schedule 3 announcement from, the president, who was on the cover of Forbes magazine that same time? Kim Rivers of True Leaf. This is all a coordinated, timed, orchestrated campaign. And but Kim Rivers and True Leaf, who seems to have the president's ear right now, they already have a very clear track record of banning home grow. Get rid of home grow and make the barrier for entry to be a cannabis operator so high that hardly anyone can participate other than incredibly well-funded operations. And then you move on to corporate consolidation, monopolization. And
Well, they did that with big alcohol too, and then it was like 2012. Colorado was like, okay, now you can make your own beer. You know, like they lock in their market first, and
Yeah.
then they're like, okay, after 70 years, you guys can have the scraps.
Yeah. And then a lot of those small breweries and such, the ones who actually get successful, the big guys will come in and actually buy them out.
Yep.
See, they want the branding. See, the one thing that the big corporations don't have is they're not cool. People,
right. No, it's the same thing in like the beauty industry, skincare, like the Estee Lauders and the L'Oreals kind of snap up all the small brands. Or drinks, right? Like Coke and Pepsi are snapping up the next kombucha wave.
yeah. And in cannabis, the big corporations are not cool. They do not have street credit, so they have to go figure out how to wrap themselves in some other brand or try and wrap themselves in the legacy heritage movement, even though they're actually the opposite. So it's all illusions.
So I think it's funny though, because cannabis has always been like counterculture. You can go back and see like all the way back to like Confucius, man. Like cannabis has had this like long-term counterculture thing, which is why like anytime anything in cannabis becomes mainstream, it almost immediately gets rejected. There is like a strong movement of people who are like, no, we're going to keep this as like a slightly rebellious thing. And there will always, and I think that's why it's like impossible to get rid of this gray market, black market, because there will always be this like, ha, I'm still giving it to you.
Well, I think what they're really trying to do now is turn it into mainstream ultra processed junk food products. So that's why it's the gummies, the drink,
super long shelf life.
Yeah, super long shelf life, very branded,
cheap to make.
Yeah,
but
that
even if
normalizes
they do that
it.
and then ban indoor home growing or ban home growing, they're never going to shut it. Dude, there will be guys like me who will go back to what it was. You know what I mean? Like, you can't stop
Jeff's out there on the sides of the highway throwing seeds in the spring.
For real. Like, you can't stop me.
So this is the fight. Are we going to preserve the home grow and some small artisan, like in Europe, how they preserve like their traditional cheese makers and things like that? They see some value in that culture and artisan, that's something to be proud of. Just if nothing else, just culturally and identity and such like that. But right now it's really scary that in this just pure looking at spreadsheets and profits and everything, right now folks who are being able to make decisions because they're in power, is they think they can squash all that, steal it, and then steal the story and brand with it, and that maybe they'll be able to pull that off. And if customers don't have a choice, people won't even know what real cannabis is. Like, just I don't drink beer really, or I don't drink alcohol anymore. But I grew up in Missouri. I had no idea what I call microbrew beer tasted like.
Coors and Budweiser.
Coors Light and Bud Light and stuff like that. I thought that was beer, and we're going to be in that position with cannabis. Is just people are just going to know like blue raspberry fizz gummies and vapes, and vapes have now passed flower in sales. So people are not really like actually smoking flower is going to be like growing your own
Yeah.
tobacco and hanging like tobacco leaves in your shed and then rolling your own cigar. You know, it's going to be like some totally
Yeah, but
esoteric,
there's
weird.
this thing around cannabis and quality cannabis, and there is still like, and maybe it'll die off. I don't know, but I even talked to young people who are like, we want like high quality, and there's even these people who are starting to recognize supply and demand. And I do it too. Like I grow for personal. If you want my stash, you're paying a ridiculous amount. And if you want cheap, go to the dispo. But if you want unique, what people would truly call exotic compared to what's on the market, then you're going to pay an insane amount. And that's starting to click. And people are realizing like the vape pen is convenient, but it doesn't represent the plant that they're thinking about. There's the effect side that comes with that, where people are starting to realize that like hash isn't the all around like high quality effect that people are looking for when it comes like, and we talk about it all this time on the show, like this long lasting, this plethora of like experience that you go through. Like you're only going to find that in flower for the most part, like at least so diverse. And people like even younger generations, I think, are starting to click onto that, because your vape pen can only go so far when it comes to what's available flavor wise slash the market ones. And then there is a slow growing group of people who are like, no, I prefer this outlier of flavor. And that goes in with this like counterculture group. There's always a handful or more of people who are like, no, man, I don't want what everybody else is doing, and I'm willing to pay a little bit more for it.
You don't
And
want the papaya terps.
yeah. Like, give me some sandalwood and a little bit of that like tobacco raisin. Like, give me those earthies. Give me that like poop smell, like skunky. Like people are, and the skunk movement is interesting because people who don't even know about it are begging for it. And so it's like, why? Why do they want something so different? Is it just the allure of what was, or is it they're bored with what is? So it's, and that will always, until they get it, that will always, people always strive for that. And there's some people that just don't care. They just do whatever is available and they're good with that. But I mean, you look at all the people who are part of the Future Cannabis Project, like the fan base and the contributors, I think they're all on the same page. Like they don't prefer what goes into a dispo setting. It's they're looking for something special and unique, and that crowd grows. And a lot of these folks are all about that homegrown weed because it's different, and that community grows.
That's what I'm hoping when this all settles out. I mean, it's going to be really interesting, but if we can preserve
it would be like,
go ahead.
I know, I was just gonna say it'd be like being a beer enthusiast in a world full of Miller, Bud, and Coors Light drinking people.
That's what.
And you're like, oh my God, there's better stuff than this.
Yeah, and then you're not allowed to brew your own beer at home. And your only option is you have to drink Coors or Bud Light. That's your only option. And if you look elsewhere, you're breaking the law. It's like, that's not freedom, folks. That's not our.
Yeah.
That is a serious degradation of civil liberties and freedom. We've come this far with this movement. We won the logic of that cannabis should be a right of individual human. It should be a freedom that we should be able to choose. We got to this point, we got here, and now unfortunately it seems like there's powers out there trying to take that away. So we just have to make sure that doesn't go away. Ideally, I think it could work. We've seen examples of this in alcohol. you've got Coors Light and Bud Light and all that stuff, but then you also have small wineries, you have microbrews, you have.
Could I have Coors Light shipped to my house every month as a Coors Light monthly subscriber?
I think you can get it probably delivered or shipped, or you can probably, at least now everybody's doing these delivery things, especially with once COVID hit. There's all kinds of alcohol delivery.
Oh yeah, that's true
too. So
oh yeah, Instacart.
Yeah, so hopefully that's where this ends up. And I really thought, like, I'm in California. I really thought California was the thought leaders, the beacon of progressive, and I'm not.
Yeah, 215.
Yeah, but and kind of like with everything, as far as just compassion, humanity, innovation, of thinking of new business models, new paradigms, new ways to do. We're also kind of the organic farming, mecca of where that all originated from. So it's very much in our
technology, innovation.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way,
small businesses.
Speaking of technology, by the way, so back when Steve Wozniak with Apple all of a sudden became instantly like billionaire, what did he do with his money? He ran off and did the US Festival. He threw a giant friggin' party for the people, for the common people to celebrate life. And he threw the US Festival, which, I mean, you had to pay tickets, but it was like $30, but it had Grateful Dead, Talking Heads, like huge mega festival party. And that was his reaction. That used to be the Silicon Valley spirit. It was kind of like these very progressive, let's make the world a better place through technology. But think about today when Zuckerberg or Peter Thiel or any of these people get another $1 billion. Do they throw any party for the people? No,
that's why I was saying earlier, like, how many billions is enough to then stop being a shitty person?
Yeah,
they'll try to keep tilting the playing field in your favor.
They'll put that $1 billion into another data center so they can surveil and further oppress the people. Wozniak threw a giant party for the people with his $1 billion. This new wave of Silicon Valley folks.
And then he bought the Trailblazers.
Into further oppressing the people. It's so fucked up. Anyway, I don't know how we shift this whole mindset. If everybody was smoking really good weed, I wish all of our legislators and politicians and everything, it was like a requirement that they all had to take ayahuasca before as part of their inauguration.
There's people out there, they could smoke all the weed in the world, drink all the ayahuasca, take all the mushrooms and LSD, and they would still just be selfish, self-centered, out for themselves people. And there's just people out there who are like that and have no problem being like that, and that's it. And unfortunately, there's just people like that.
But now they have such a foothold in our government that I don't know how you break this, because it exponentially just becomes more and more oppressive.
Well, we also watch them kiss the ring to get a seat in that government, right?
Yeah.
It's so gross. You make $1 billion and you think you have the freedom, and then you become a bootlicker, slave to the machine.
Yeah.
It's fucked up.
So that can be the uplifting end to our show, beginning of people's weekend.
Oh shit.
Anyway, but as you guys know, there is nothing more pure and beautiful of a process of just growing your own cannabis and seeing it grow and having that relationship with the plant. And then as its final, I kind of see the plant as as it dies, because it's an annual plant and it's going to die anyway. So when you harvest the flowers, it's almost like the mother spider, like surrendering her body to her young, to nourish them and the next generation and offspring. And it's a beautiful, beautiful process. And I just
little does she know she's carrying no offspring.
Well, we try and do backup, and a lot of times pollinate at least one branch.
Yeah.
Usually. Anyway, you guys are cool. I was only gonna pop in for like 15 minutes, but goddamn.
That was fun. I love when Fridays turn out like this.
Oh, sorry. Do we know the name of the guy who resigned from the DCC?
Well, first of all, it's not a guy.
Oh, it's a woman. Okay. Do we know her name?
I don't want to be. It's a very well-known thing. It's out, but I think more people are going to be talking about it soon.
Okay, if I Google it, I can find her name. Probably.
Google Department of Cannabis Control, Special Investigator, resigned 2021. You might be able to find it. But all I have to say is, and it's a public document. It was acquired not by me, by others through a public information request. And because it was sent to Nicole Elliott directly, it was a public document. So that's all I know. I wasn't involved with it. I just happened to see it, and actually just recently saw it in its full form and read the entire email, and it is just staggering, like jaw-dropping. They're on the front lines seeing this and saying, I can't be a part of this. This really appears to be illegal. It appears that the DCC and state is either just turning a blind eye or is actually even complicit in a pay-to-play crime ring. And a lot of folks, if you just math out the canopy size of some of these operations and how many...
The laundromat.
What's that?
The laundromat.
Where's it going? Because it ain't on the shelves of California dispensaries.
Nope.
And we have a thing called track and trace metric. Can we see the data? No, can't see the data.
Nope.
Oh, by the way, the folks who have the data, they're getting $28 million a year for a really shitty computer system that most computer programmers could design in a weekend.
No, that's what I always joke about. Like they went big time as like a 1990s coded platform.
Oh, it's terrible.
And probably coded not in like spaghetti code basically now.
So the question is that $28 million for an actual service, or is that a hush money contract?
Oh, you know what it is. You know.
Yeah. Because that's the worst. It's the worst software I've ever used. And by the way, I'm a computer programmer. That's what I did in a past life before I fully went.
Yeah, so we built this e-learning software in this Apple platform called Tango with FileMaker databases. And then we went from that to a Java and Oracle back, like, and then we moved to Ruby on Rails, which was like, it's like simplicity versus overkill.
Yeah, so I don't know.
And I totally forget what we were talking about.
I don't know. Well, anyway,
I was like, why did I say that?
Okay. Well, anyway, And by the way, I used to write code in Cold Fusion. If you ever heard of that,
Yeah.
So that was like the really
Old school.
super old school. That was like database driven websites and such, and that was a different era of stuff where the internet. And by the way, we used to design things on the internet, where the whole point of stuff was to get your shit done faster, so you could go have a life, get off your computer and go have a life. But then when social media came along, the whole principle of websites changed. It's a you don't need a life. Stay on this website forever.
I learned how to pair a Bluetooth speaker a couple of years ago.
That's
funny.
That's all you really need. I don't know. These technologies could be used for really cool things. It could be really cool for connecting small farmers with population centers, but they're just not being used for connecting people in positive ways anymore. But anyway, we're creating a future nobody actually wants. And it's like, what the fuck are we doing here? But anyway, enough of that. I gotta go.
Have a fantastic weekend on that note.
All right. Well, anyway, really appreciate you guys and what you're doing and everything. And I'd love to hear more about what you were doing when you first set up that San Jose meeting. I'm glad I was there, and that was
it was a cool event to pull off, like that rooftop location, because that school I think I had, what was it, San Jose State or something?
Yeah.
Like the rooftop of a building on campus. Yeah, it was there
were some and Andrew D'Angelo was there. Berkeley Patient Group folks were there. Flocana was there.
It's interesting because knowing what I know now, it's like, who was on that state. All I was trying to do was to get people in each bucket of operator type. So like, I knew the policy people from Flocana because they had worked elsewhere before Flocana. But then kind of seeing like the D'Angelos, right? Like knowing what I feel about them now versus anything I didn't know anything about them. I just knew they were these hippie guys from Santa Cruz.
Well, they were Oakland.
Or Oakland, sorry.
Yeah.
But no, sorry. But then didn't they build greenhouses out in
Salinas?
Salinas, right.
And Salinas wanted to repurpose all their defunct, abandoned greenhouses, because there used to be a really big cut flower industry in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, like Carpinteria,
yeah. And then when NAFTA kicked in, then it all went. Yeah, all the Colombian flowers started coming in, and it destroyed the whole cut flower industry here. So
we were in a greenhouse like that in Carpinteria.
Yeah, the weird thing, those greenhouses,
you wouldn't want to grow in the soil.
No, they were sprayed for 50 years with non-food pesticides.
We were like, do not let anything touch the actual ground.
We're talking, there's like DDT and shit and those things. But anyway, all right. Well, good seeing you guys.
You too.
Thank you.
We'll talk again. Yeah, no, we could talk. I'd love to, because what would be cool is that I was trying to figure out who's replaced Nicole Elliott, because to get someone like that either to an event in person or on something like this to answer and kind of be held accountable, but then to also talk to people who can, like, all with some reminding, look into. It'd be cool if that person who resigned were down to come on to something like this and just be open and be like, yeah, here's what's going on.
Yeah.
That may not happen, but it'd be cool to ask if they'd be down to come on.
And my understanding of it is they were so affected by
what they were forced to do.
Screwed up the thing was that they ran off to law school to maybe try and figure out how to be a part of the solution.
Now that's impressive. Like I so in my core know this is wrong, but like I want to make sure from a legal standpoint I understand exactly of what I think is kind of the issue.
Or maybe
Gonna go to law
how
school.
we can write that ship and not go down, because there's sentiment when you read the email too. There's sentiment in there of feeling very bad for the small operators who were trying so hard and playing by the rules and putting their faith in the government, that if
being like, this isn't what I signed up for.
Yeah, but if these small operators jump through all the hoops and were good team players and good law-abiding citizens and putting their faith in the government, and then to find out that the government is actively allowing illicit activity that is crushing those small operators who are doing nothing. Sorry. So that the small operators who are doing everything right and putting their faith in the government are actually getting totally shit on by the government allowing this illicit behavior to flood the market and destroy the market and put the good people out of business. How is that possible that the government is actually enabling that and actually almost arguably encouraging that? That's really bad. That's evil. Any way you slice it, that is not what the people, nobody wants that except the 0.0001%. And that's being a tool of the oppressor, 0.001%. So anyway, this is this is spiritual warfare. This is good over evil. This is the people over the oppressors. Yeah. This really is. It's all those elements coming to a head here.
I agree.
We'll have to see where it goes.
In every aspect of our society and world today.
Yep. Anyway, you guys have a good one. We'll chat again. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and good seeing you. All right.
See ya.
See you.
Bye. All right. Let me do one last bowl. I think even of all, like, for example, if I think of Flocana, and this is where I'd like to get clarity, I don't think that guy Mikey's intentions were big tobacco. Like, I think he took their money, but then he at best he was what do you call it when someone's
you exchange money, there's an obligation or something that goes on. Like anytime there's I'm gonna give you X amount of money, there's something always expected in return. And I think that's a lot of the things where, people go in and it's like, I really want to create this culture and I want to build all this culture with all these good intentions. But then when the money comes through to be able to fund all that, it's like, well, no, we need you to do this. We need you to make sure this happens. And that's really what ends up happening, I think, in a lot of the places, even when it's like, when you're talking about like a mom pop selling out, the brand is purchased, but the ethics are not the same. Right. And I think that kind of happens a lot with the cannabis scene is it's, we're going to acquire this and now you work for somebody. Your brand is not your brand anymore. You work for somebody. But
yeah. No, I mean, conceptually it was the story is a good story, right? It's like representing all the sun-grown farmers in NorCal, and then like having a campus with a processing facility where like all the farmers, instead of having to do it on their property, can just bring it over and
Yeah.
we'll put it into its final, we'll handle all the shipping and logistics. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
California's kind of fucked because it's like a forced middleman situation. Like you're like
yeah.
forced, you guys are forced with a broker, and that's insane to me because that's really crushes the small farmer.
But then so for me it's like whatever the tobacco investors' motives were from the business standpoint, the buck still stopped with him when it came to, because I think there were issues with like the farmers who had given goods, then like, it has to now be on consignment or, then we're going to delay, basically delaying payments and stuff like that. And
Oh, it's insane.
so anyway,
Farm to consumer, that's what I'll always advocate for.
it would be interesting to hear the actual, it's like when you watch the like a TV show about the implosion of some big company or something,
Yeah. Yeah.
dissecting and analyze MedMen.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
The fall of MedMen.
I'd be curious to see where
Um,
this all stands in 20 or 30 years.
yeah, but no, that's wild. I mean, I couldn't imagine having to hang out in like Sacramento talking politics
Right.
and trying to be like, oh, these people are terrible.
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
All right, I am. The only thing I have to remember today is to get the one thing my wife, she yelled at me because she evidently told me 2 days ago to get something for her, and
Oh
I
no.
haven't gotten it yet.
Oh no. All I have to do today is take my aunt to a dispo to
Yeah,
get some
so
arthritis
then
pills.
even that, I would assume Bryceland's starting product was not dry and old as shit. It was in the middleman bungling of that product. Um,
Right.
Yeah, no, this would be if I didn't have 3 kids, this is the type of shit I would be doing.
Yeah, right. That's
Traveling around or even just calling and interviewing people.
oh, and that takes so much time and like
That
just finding all the numbers to the people to call. It takes
I
like
I
a
I
whole day
I
just to
I
find the
I
person you want
was
to talk
I
to.
was digging into this illegal raid of a legal compliant farm in Yolo County by Trident, which is an out-of-county tri-state or tri-county task force in conjunction with the federal government. And the guy telling, we had this event here in LA where the I think he was the agricultural commissioner. Yolo County basically was like, we are down with weed. Like,
Right.
obviously, we want it to be above board, but like, if people have good quality farms and they meet these criteria, like we will let them grow here. And this one farm was a poster child for like doing everything the right way. And they were close to harvest, and this task force came in and raided and cut down everything. And the story wasn't covered at all in the press. And so when I heard this guy talking about it, I was like, the only people like, this is a crazy story. So I asked him and I started digging into it and I interviewed the farmers. I interviewed I was sending emails to the DA, who signed off, and the judge, like, how do you allow, there is so much sketchy shit around these other counties getting the sign offs to allow them the warrant in their county
Right.
to like do this it into a sovereign county,
Right.
right? Like not even in their own county. It was they were going into YOLO
Right.
to raid it. And so like even the sign-offs from judges and I mean I'm trying to remember all the details, but it
Yeah,
was
that's
just
wild.
bonkers.
That's
And
wild.
nobody was covering it. And
They were paid not
yeah,
to.
but no, it'd be cool to have someone who had time to like someone who can remember that we need to look up because otherwise it all just rests on me. But
Yeah, the DCC.
yeah, the special agent up, up. No, that's not the person. That's in 2025. Anyway, to figure out who this person is and to reach out to them and see if they'd want to talk, like,
Right. Right.
because it'd be an important, I mean, yeah, to have, again, it's shining a light on bad behavior
Yep. Which I think
and on
is
the
the
people,
spirit
like the
of
names
today.
of the people who are
Yeah, because that's the thing. They don't want to
behaving
be
badly.
talked about. They just want to
Right.
do it in the background. Yeah, and hope nobody knows who they are.
That's why I kept trying to ask, who is, even if that trade group is trying to get to Newsom to veto, like who are they talking to?
Yeah.
Like, and then who on their behalf? Is it their lobbyist? What's that person's name? And then is that person talking to Gavin Newsom directly? Is that person talking to someone
Yeah.
in the DCC who's then influencing Gavin Newsom, like trying to connect
Yep.
the dots of so that you may not block their all options next time, but you reduce them
Well, and
of doing
who's
shitty things.
because eventually, and this is the way I see it. Eventually, you can start to put, and you can see like his name's Jeff from Jade Nectar, right?
Yeah.
You can see he's even putting it together. Like eventually, a pattern shows itself. And if you know the people, if you can identify the people contributing to the pattern, then you can start to put a stop to it based off of just who they're connected to and who they're working with slash for. And I think that's the big thing is like, we just want a pattern and then hold these people accountable. And then eventually it's like, you can't even fuck around because we can see it coming. It's just everybody's so easily bought out that as soon as they get enough money, they're like, okay, just don't tell anybody who I am.
This is currently the last channel standing. Yes, there's no other. Although I should probably create another channel.
I know
I
that's
was
a good,
thinking
I was gonna
about
say,
that, but then I was like, or should I put more effort into trying to get the first channels back, which I eventually need to do.
you need a whole legal team for that, bro.
No, I just need to find someone. I DM'd or I messaged on LinkedIn two people I knew from way back in the day who worked at YouTube, but
Oh,
neither responded. I mean, I don't know if they're like, who is this random guy reaching out to me?
right.
Or they just don't check their messages. Um,
Both are very highly likely.
yeah, they each have 50% likelihood.
Yeah.
But I need to then now reach out to friends who it's like, hey, does anyone have a friend who works at I'll take Google in general, but YouTube specifically.
Right. Right.
So I don't have to talk to a out of country call center response team.
Yeah, that's always fun. That's a whole day's adventure.
Right.
But yeah.
What Wait, what? The
Yeah, I'm confused.
like we want lobbyists like their lobbies working on our behalf? Well, that's what I was asking. I didn't know if she was replaced or if they're still in the process of replacing her.
Right.
But there are some wild stories surrounding her and her husband, I think. I'm blanking on the stories. So translate in your words what Rusty was saying, because I didn't get, unless there's more words than
I
this.
What we need is
I'm
big
also
ag in
very
their
high.
lobbies, federal rec legal. So that's the thing is I think he's looking for like a federal cannabis lobby, like a cannabis agriculture lobby group that basically works on behalf of um, cannabis growers. And I think
But
that's
but if there
that's
is
all
one, it's going
fine
to
and
be for the big
dandy.
players.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Like that's all fine and dandy until the people with the most money take control.
Right.
And that
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 what
seems
which is what I learned with the CCIA and the NCIA is that they're not speaking on behalf of the Jeff Jade Nectars of the world. They're speaking on behalf of
yeah.
the five biggest operators in the state
Well, and this
who
is
give
kind of
them
what
the
I was
biggest
yeah, and this is kind of what I
checks.
was referring to earlier is let them do that because at some point we end up with the ability to have our own backyard microbrews, be able to have like tasting sessions at a farmer's market or a
That's
private event.
the hopeful
Well,
outcome though, right?
but that's what happens, and then eventually the big players come in and tell those small players like we want to buy your story from X amount of millions, and then everybody's making money off of something. Is it the most is that the path with the highest level of integrity? Probably not, but at the end of the
I
day,
don't
like
see it playing out that way. That because even in those other industries, like the big players are tilting the playing fields in their favor, so that the small players kind of have no option but to sell to the big players, right? So
yeah, well, and
if
that's
you could
where
break that part of the system, where it's like as players become big, they try to tilt the playing field in their favor
yeah, well, and that's what one of the comments craft
because they
beer
have money to
became
lobby.
yeah, craft beer came decades later after the legalization of the re-legalization of alcohol. So that's what I'm saying is like you're
But like
looking
if
at a
you're a craft
20,
brewer
30.
and the only two distributors in alcohol are what is it, Miller Coors and InBev Anheuser,
Anheuser, yeah,
uh, you know, you kind of just have a choice of selling out to one or the other of those.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's I don't know. It's still so as weird as it sounds. Like legally, it's still so new, and I don't know. The other thing around it is like we didn't go full deep. Essentially, like alcohol and cannabis are so farly
Where they're
regulated
testing
apart.
your pee and poop for,
Yeah, yeah. No, the
I thought
whole
you were going to say they have a little bidet that's a smart tush cleaner.
yeah, yeah, it's I mean, and that's kind of the thing is like are people ever gonna just stop grow? Like I'll always grow at home, legal or not. I did it before it was legal. I'll do it after it's at some point there is gonna be this like it's gonna be seen as an untapped market and somebody's gonna want to fund and capitalize on it where it's like I'll lend you $2 million to start this up for 5%, blah, blah, blah type thing, and let these small farms do their thing, make their money either way. Like at some point, the people who are growing really high quality boutique style cannabis, they're at some point they have to be allowed to do their thing and somebody's going to want a chunk of that and they're going to have to allow it to be like yeah okay we'll let you market your product straight to the consumer, and somehow they'll be able to take a chunk off that, just like they do small wineries, just like they do microbrews, just like even you can be a craft tobacco. Like I could get licensed as a tobacco farmer and package and distribute. I just have to pay, right? And eventually it becomes that where it's like, yeah, if you want to do this and risk failure, we'll let you. And that's what I think Rusty's saying is at some point we have to reach that in our in the regulation world. And the only way you're going to do that is through like big ag lobby groups, because they're going to be the ones saying like, yeah, there's money in this. Yeah, there's money in this, to a point where it's like, yeah, even the small crumbs from the
Where we
small
ride
farmers are
off their
going to have.
coats. Okay.
Yeah. Which,
But it's also hoping that it play because there's also the other future painted where like the lot like Kim Rivers probably has plenty of lobbying power, right?
yeah, yeah.
A- And so she's not lobbying in the same direction that I would like that lobby to be working in.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is he saying that we need a separate lobby or just one big old lobby for everybody
Well,
with
I think
different interests?
the the lobby,
We need like
because
the
it
little guy
creates
lobby.
both. It creates both because, like Rusty's saying, you're with a big ag lobby group, you're creating normalization within the culture or within the
Okay,
in
so let
just
them
the
lead the
West.
way, whoever that may be.
Yeah. And then eventually, like
Take
we'll
the good,
pick
the
up.
bad, and the ugly of that.
Yep. Yep. And like you said, there's a little bit of prayer on hope it goes a certain way, which
That the
uh,
chips fall the way we're all hoping they will.
yeah.
We will allow home grow and interstate commerce for a fee.
Yeah, yeah, basically. And at that point, it's really going to be interesting because when you hit that level, then you start looking at import export business, right? Like now it's not just local, like we're going to be able to exchange product from other countries that are on board with what big ag, because big ag reaches way beyond our coastline. So, yeah.
But that's where Jeff's future plays out, where all the small Santa Cruz farmers have basically sold to the big farm, and then internationally people are buying Santa Cruz. That's definitely not the.
No, but eventually people get tired of Bud. Like I know people that were drinking Bud Light, Budweiser, like even PBR to a point, and now that all they drink is microbrews. Like there's a shift in their taste where they're like, "Oh, I want something different." And anybody with a brain will recognize like that's a market. And if you want to make all the money, you got to tap into all that money. And some at some point, like everybody's okay with seeing people smoking weed at a farmer's market that they just bought, at this booth up the road, and nobody's complaining about it because it's been like politically, socially accepted. It's kind of wild. And then yeah, there's always going to be a group of people who will be growing and smoking whether it's legal or not, and that even drives that because those people will always have customers, and somebody is going to want to tap into that market and be like, okay, we can make more money if these guys can do what they want, you know. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Yeah, I mean, you can't compare the production either, on both sides. It's it's comparing size. Like even a micro brew is under a
And if
certain
you're
amount of
growing all your
gallons.
own hops.
Yeah, yeah. There's nuances to
And I
everything,
grow my barley and hops.
right? But you can always compare things for just to paint a picture. Yeah, and that's just it. You don't need a farm. You don't need
Right.
a farm at
You
all.
just need your backyard.
Yep. And if you have more than you can consume, now you have a product at a limited batch to sell to consumers, and you get to dictate the price because of supply and demand. If you're only producing X amount of pounds per this batch, and it's the highest quality batch of X flour, you get to dictate how much that goes for, right? Like this is an $800 an ounce product because there's only this much of it, and I'm keeping this much of it for my head stash. So if you want any of this, it's, and I do that with my flour. Like I grow for personal, and when a batch pops out that's just insane, and everybody's like, let me see that. I recognize that real quick. And on my own preference, I'm like, yeah, if you want this, it'll cost you 600 an ounce just for me to part with it. Bam, right there. Like that's the market I'm anticipating. We're there with wine, right? Like that wine, and some of that is controlled by like the wine mafia or whatever, but there is this element of like if you hit a certain amount of really high quality product, you get to choose how much it goes for, depend on how many people want to buy it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah, I want to see if Floyd can come on and talk both the Syrian and Iranian. Daniel from Hard Rock was going to come on. Because he has a ton, like not all of it comes out as stuff he sells, but he grows a lot of landrace stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like listening to Dwight look backwards
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and
that's always fun.
and trying to piece together things and speculating and testing theories.
Yeah, it's a fun thing to do when you're high. I'm bummed I missed that part of the show. I did get my swamp cooler and a quote. So my mission was completed.
So does this guy know what you're doing in there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I was gonna say it's
Yeah.
um
I mean, being where we're at and what all that for so long, like I don't really care. Like if you're gonna walk away
did
from a
you smoke
job,
some weed with him?
no.
Uh,
I've done that a couple times and it screws things up horrifically. Like there's this one guy in, and he was like giving me a quote on a security system, and I was smoking a joint while we were doing it, and he like told me he could handle it. And halfway through the joint, dude was trying to sell me a solar system, and like instead of like I didn't even ask him about solar. I have no idea how it came up. But he started like trying to quote me out solar, and I'm like, dude, I got you in here for fucking a security system. Like, what the fuck? And then there's been a couple like door to door salesmen that I've been like, if you're gonna come to my house and chat, we're gonna chat on my terms. And it gets real awkward.
and we're gonna smoke a lot of
Yeah,
weed
yeah.
at a pace you've never smoked before. And you may talk while I'm smoking.
It removes the salesman aspect from the equation. Like once you get a little high, all your bullshit ability goes out the window. Like you're just trying to survive at that point, which means I get all the actual answers I want.
So did he upsell you the solar system?
Hell no.
Was he like, given what you have going on in here and your electrical requirements,
I think that's what it
might I
was.
suggest some daytime solar
I think that's what it was, but
and
with that,
perhaps a
like,
little wind tower?
because I've had solar guys come over, and when they look at my power draw and they're like, we're gonna have to just cover
Good
your whole roof.
God.
Yeah, pretty much. They're like, oh,
What's
this
going
isn't just
on
a
in
couple.
here?
Yep, yep. And I've often thought, like, if I put on the solar while I'm like to
Hot
accommodate for
tub's
my
going year
grow,
round.
and then when I decide to stop growing, like I will make money off the power company because I'll be producing 4 times the electricity my house uses. You
Ooh.
know, that was like the whole thing. Like our kilowatt hours that we were using were 4 times all of my neighbors, which means I was
So you
drawing
would
from.
win no matter what you do.
Yeah, so if I put solar up with my grow, and then when I decided I could literally shut down the grow and make money off of my power, but it's so fucking expensive to install that much like solar. It would take up like half my backyard. It would just look like a solar farm at my house.
Well, what did you say you could sell ounces for?
Right. If I, well, so okay, so that's the thing that I've noticed is like when I'm getting like that much, $400 to $600 an ounce, it's literally like when I'm doing just a small, fucking around batch, and all of a sudden I have like a couple plants of a couple strains that are just off the chart, and I only got like maybe a half pound off each one. All of a sudden everybody that wants that, I'm like, dude, I only got a half pound. If you want one of these 8 ounces, you're gonna have to fucking pay for it. And that's
Otherwise, I'm smoking it myself.
exactly. That's it. That's it. I would rather smoke it all myself than part with this. So the more that is a thing, the more the price goes up. So I grow for me. I don't grow for a market. I don't, that all comes secondary to me. And that happens when I'm not trying to hit a certain volume. I'm just like, I get what I get, and I'm strictly looking at quality. And that's usually when I end up with something that everybody's like, oh fuck, how much for a QP? I'm like, you wouldn't want to know.
Mm.
I will just because of the volume I'm getting rid of, the price doubles on every ounce. So it's like $45,000 a QP. It's just some ridiculous amount to not sell it, and eventually, and every once in a while, that's how I came across the $600 number. Was I had this stuff that I just absolutely loved, and I was bragging about it, and this dude from uh up north was just like, I got to get down on some of that. And I'm like, well, if you want to drive out, I'll sell it to you for this much. Like it was like $600 an ounce, and he showed up, and I was like, oh shit, that's a thing. And yeah, yeah, profit was always secondary to me. Like as
That's
soon
a
as I
heady
started,
boy.
and that's just it. Like if you can find people like that, that's where you're gonna experience like the most unique flower, I think. And it's just anytime I've ever like done anything,
Imagine if we had places around the country where people could gather like bazaars
you know what I
and
mean?
sample and trade and sell and give away whatever they wanted.
Well, and that's why I started doing the Kush Coach thing, because I figured I was like, if enough people learn how to grow really good weed, then at some point I'll just be able to go across the country and hit somebody up. And if they all taught somebody to grow really good weed, then it's just like if you know the right circle, you can travel anywhere in the country and snag like a decent sack on your vacation.
But let
And
me just, I want to, can I, so
same.
I feel like Rusty is against the Jeffs of the world being small business people with their business being weed supporting themselves. And I'm like, I feel like in the same way I'd want to cheer someone on who, like, I could grow my own tomatoes, but I could also buy them from this guy. Uh, like, not everybody's going to grow their own. And I feel like then it's kind of like I'm down with small businesses who do it in a way that I appreciate and buying my tomatoes or my weed from them or my tobacco or whatever. So,
Yeah. Yeah, there's a fine line, I think. Like,
You mean just from regulation standpoint, inconsistent thing, or what?
Like, well, no, he's saying that that's just it with no retirement. Like you've got all your eggs, and that's why I don't do commercial cannabis, and that's why I have a lot of respect for what David's doing, because when you have all your eggs in that basket, it is fucking work with full throttle, nonstop until you can
Yeah.
start to acquire like some kind of bankroll in the back that's gonna set you up to where when you turn fucking 70 or whatever and you can't do it no more, like something's paying your bills at that end. And it sucks because
But
cannabis
would
is
you be
not
against
there
someone
yet.
growing grapes and being in like the turbulent market that the grape growers are living in right now? I would still cheer the small vineyards on, and
Like
like if
I
you're an
don't know how it
entrepreneur in
is in that
anything, you're
market.
taking a risk, right? Yeah, well, I
Like,
mean farmer, yeah, I mean farmer too. Like it's now all farmers of everything. Uh,
oh, and they're losing
but
their
I
ass
but I
off. Like
still
my
would want to
aunt,
support the small lettuce farmer. I mean everything.
yeah,
So
yeah. No, it's agriculture is just a really fucked off thing anyway. Like, it doesn't matter what the commodity is. Like, my aunt and uncle have 5 square acres of wheat. They're considered a small farm and they lose every year. Like, they're lucky if they can keep the lights on. And it's fucking wild to me where I'm like, that's what
are
farming
they
is.
growing the same? Are they growing a unique wheat or the same wheat as all the bigger farms around them?
Like everything that allows them to get their crop insurance and their, basically everything that backs them up in case they don't fully hit their level. Like it's really like government stipends and what Monsanto agrees and like how the it's I was my aunt's in town actually. I'm supposed to run her to a couple dispos so she can get some salve. But we've been talking about it because it's just like, what do you do when your crop is not bringing in any substantial profit? And you can switch crop, but it doesn't matter because they raise some beef. I'm like, do you just switch everything to beef? She's like, there's no money in beef. So like we've reached that with cannabis, especially in Colorado, like cannabis is hit a floor. So anybody who's small farm, they're barely keeping their head above water. And so it's tough when you're trying to set up a future within an industry that's pretty much already tanked. So now it's like, how do you support these small farmers when the big farmers are barely fucking surviving? It's the cannabis world is so crazy to me. But then when you look at it in the big realm of like
Of
what
all agriculture, where every
it's,
farmer
yeah,
is, yeah.
it's the same fucking thing across the board. So it's like, well, I don't know what you do. I think
Like the people on
wine and
like
hops growers are
in
probably
meat
different.
processing, like what is it? The Purdue's of the world are on top, and the what is it? Cargill, or who are the big meat processors that kind
Yeah,
of have the control of the market?
yeah, yeah.
Let me look up.
Yeah, so like with wine and with beer or grapes and hops, like
Tyson, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef Packing Company. Yeah. Even things like cattle, right? Like if someone could raise cattle and be like, I did this cow lived the happiest life eating the greenest grass and dandelions. Uh, like can what regulations are in place that doesn't allow that person to sell that cow to somebody and then to have it butchered, right? Like,
yeah,
where can you butcher it? How can you butcher it?
yeah, and if it's not US, that's the thing. So now we're getting into the government regulations and how they put their thumb on it. If your beef isn't USDA regulated, you're technically not. allowed to sell it, I think. Um, or your if your processing plant isn't USDA regulated, then it's considered like not sellable. It's you really want to look into that. It's like
Yeah, so that
why is
local
raw
grower
milk?
is a small business, right?
Yeah, well, and he was saying that attached to the fact that like if you go up, he he sells if you sell your canopy at your price, you win. If you have to increase canopy to pay bills, you fail. So that model only happens if it's a farm to consumer model. And that's why I think wineries are able to thrive because they grow their grapes, they produce their wine, so they control the batch, and then they set the price. And anytime you have like a wine broker involved, and I was kind of talking to Eloise from Zomia. She used to be like a wine sommelier, and there is a point where they will dump wine out in order to increase the demand. Basically, going, this is a really, really good batch, but we can only sell it if the demand is this high. So we're going to get rid of X amount of this wine in order to increase the price based off of a low supply and a high
Right.
demand. Right. So that's a thing in weed. We just don't have to throw anything away. We just have to basically sell your canopy at what price you deem. And if that price is being got, then you've got that. And if you can replicate that batch at that canopy size, now you're talking about actually being able to make money. Um, yeah, no, it's the market. I would love to chat with somebody who's like a market analyst and how
Bo
they
Whitney, I was
read and predict
how about
markets.
economist Bo Whitney?
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, yeah, I was yeah last week. Oh yeah, he said. All right, should I ask him if he wants to jump on next Friday?
yeah. That'd be dope. I'm totally down because that would be something that's I'm really interested to see, like how because like I said, it's a fine line between like I'm
Maybe
a
him and Omar. Sorry, because I think I originally reached out to him about kind of the or rescheduling ramifications from like an economist's perspective,
yeah,
and then get Omar, who was posting a lot of passionate stuff from the legal perspective, kind of like what's going to happen and who's it going to affect and how.
yeah, yeah, exactly. And how does that affect the market? How does that affect? Yeah, no, that'd be a fun conversation. And I love that comment. Dispo weed is to weed nerds as boxed wine is to sommeliers. I mean, it just sucks that everything you go buy legally is boxed wine in the cannabis scene. Like,
I'm trying to find that. Is that far back or is that one
no,
of the recent
it was like
just
the
happened?
yeah,
Oh yeah, Dispo we there we go.
yeah. But yeah, yeah, those cats. And that's the thing. Those are the farmers that are. It goes back to the like, you dictate your price. Those guys aren't growing for a market. They're
Yes, I
grow.
like
They're
bartering.
yeah, they're growing for a group of people that appreciate uniqueness and rarity, and those things aren't on dispensary shelves. So it's a dispo with like Budalaro and Jade Nectar, like you're not going to find that out here in Colorado, right? Oregon, Washington, Northern Cali, like you're going to find some really good stuff in those dispos. When you come out to Grand Junction, Colorado, and you start going through dispos, I can tell you right now, if you visit one, you will pretty much, especially if you visit one big one, you will see what's in all of the other ones. Like that's it. There is no diversity.
If you've
There's no
seen one
variety.
Ralph's, you've seen them all.
Yeah, and I can tell you like what brands out here are going to get you the highest quality, but every single dispo is going to have that same brand, that same batch, so it makes it, at least out here, it's really easy to find. If I gave you a flavor, a brand, a strain, and a batch number, you could find it in any dispo here for the most part. Especially if you started in the bigger ones. You go into the smaller ones, you're going to see like mostly like really popular rosin and cartridge and then pre-rolls and then whatever their in-house flour is. So it's so predictable it sucks. And I always, there's this like part in the back of my brain that's like Northern California, Oregon, Washington, those are the areas that are, you're going to find a lot of the same shit, but at least there's going to be a level of quality that is appreciative, where you can go, okay, yeah, I recognize there's something here. But I would imagine all of those come from small batch farmers. They're not these massive canopies. And that's what sets it apart is you have like small batch, lovely, like grown with love type thing. So I don't know. This has been an
Yeah.
absolutely blast of a conversation, but
It's time to end it.
well, no, my aunt and my dad have been texting me like crazy. They want to go get that arthritis relief medication, so I have to.
From Dave?
Tour guard. No, from a dispo.
Ah,
Because she's from Kansas and it has to be like 100% legal for whatever
sorry,
reason.
I was cleaning my bowl, going to the bathroom. Well, you were orating.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. I will talk to you. Yeah, so I reached out to Bo.
Okay.
If he's down, I think Omar would be cool. And I will talk to you sometime between now and then.
Hell yeah. And if you want to do a show like
Oh, right. Yeah,
Sunday,
this weekend.
Monday,
Okay.
yeah, I'm
Yes.
down.
I forgot about that. Yeah. We'll
All right,
we'll
cool.
see if Luna wants to jump on.
Yeah, that'd be dope.
Okay.
All right. Later,
Bye.
guys.
See you, everyone.